哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这三个，至少数据颠倒的帅了。
我是 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄，
那你们出门装先买了，连着输了，动作是疯了，脑中的微操就自残不空抗，执法实验我这种没病的人，全跟队里的狗子们进行个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，不带欠费的网费，当成机器广播当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
there's so much history through the orgs and the team. No matter what way you slice it, every single matchup is going to be so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you've got two of the biggest teams in China duking it out for a place in the playoffs.
虽然大家都可能会觉得我们这次是比较夺冠的热门嘛，但是我觉得这支队伍也很多。
I 是一支非常就是具有经验的队伍嘛，然后他们有就是3位成员都是之前就是在天路服役过嘛，跟 I 对战不是一件就是特别容易的事情。
如果大家状态都非常好，我觉得每个人都有机会。
Rare Atom continue undefeated, undeterred.
但是首先肯定是得过 I 这关吧。
Nomads. It could actually be quite an interesting thing if they can punch up against an org as titanous as FlyQuest.
бидний одоо team их багууд дундаас шалгаж гарч ирсэн.
What? I don't even know how he gets those kills, but he does.
Одоо л сандрал байхгүй болсон илүү том зорилготой болно л гэсэн.
We have Urkas in the team as a coach, and he's left the Mongolian scene at a pretty high level to come coach us. We think we're one of the strongest teams here, if not the strongest. We expect to have a pretty deep run.
За ACL Championship-ийн аврагыг авах юм бол энэ нь бол маш том амжилт л гэсэн үг дээ.
Nomads, we're looking forward to playing you guys in our first matchup. It's going to be a good game.
Бас хоорондоо нэлээд алцах хаа. Яаш магадгүй ер нь нэлээд алаан болох. Алаантай л тоглох гарах байх гэж би бодож байна.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the Asian Champions League here in the playoffs, and we are beginning our day with a banger. We have got arguably the best game of this entire playoffs, regardless of how any other game goes. Is Rare Atom taking on Tyloo. To follow that, we've got FlyQuest taking on the Nomads as well. So Group B is starting with a bang here in Yancheng. T-Time, how are we feeling off the back of yesterday's games? There's some pretty good maps.
On one side, I feel really good, but on the other side, I think in my head, I'd made this epic journey of, oh my god, Tyloo and Rare Atom are going to come to both separate groups, meet in Shanghai, but this is the first one of the group.
Yeah, but that's exciting for people that are excited about Chinese Counter-Strike, you know, to get it nice and early, and potential storylines for revenge maybe down the line.
Yeah, exactly. We're starting to get a few fans filling up in here as well. We've seen a few shouting for G as well. He's become a bit of a fan favorite, not only domestically, but I think internationally as well, off the back of Pro League. So we're really looking forward to that, of course. As we can see up on your screen here, ACL was the only chance of Chinese teams to actually qualify for EWC. Mongols have already qualified with its ranking. They're doing so well right now. So this is a huge opportunity for these teams, and for teams as well who've, you know, I guess in Tyloo's case, in Linvision's case, or it makes Pro League, you've got tournaments starting to be lined up as well. You want to get inside of that top 24 if you want Cologne invites, all the rest. So this tournament as a whole for the region is unbelievably important. But going to EWC is a massive thing. You know, we can kind of put aside the 300k prize pool for now, because that's actually not even the biggest thing at the moment. It's that EWC invite, which, I mean, this could be massive for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, sure, the EWC invite is important, and it definitely is like a major part of this tournament, but, you know, just in terms of going head-to-head and actually leapfrogging a potential rival within the region is also just as important, because, you know, it's not just about becoming second to the Mongols. You eventually want to get into a place where you can actively play against them very frequently, because Mongols have, you know, ascended past that sort of stratosphere that the Asian region sometimes keeps you at bay.
I mean, even we were talking about this a little bit yesterday, T-Time, right? Yesterday with Linvision's game, they were only 2 points behind Rare Atom. So it's a real fine margin inside of that top 5 of the point, and, you know, just one win here or there can make a huge difference.
That's exactly what I want to talk about, right? Because we actually had the May ranking updates from the VRS come out as well. We've got Rare Atom on 21, 25 for Tyloo, and 26 for Linvision. If these teams are performing well, especially for Tyloo Lin, it feels like if you're going even to just the finals, you might be able to eke into top 24. That could be like sort of your pathway forward for the rest of the year. It's EWC. Practically speaking, it's Cologne. Practically speaking, it could be like another event around that period as well, right? So the first 3 Tier 1 events of the second half of this year are all going to be dictated basically by ACL, who gets to represent Asia there.
That's it. And I think, you know, even if we go away from like VRS ranking and go away from qualifying to tournaments like EWC, just come back to a point that you slightly brought up there, Yumi, is like we don't really get too many opportunities where we get a bit of a kind of a domestic World Cup in a way, right? You get to really duke it out. The best of the best, bar the Mongols, the best of the rest, let's say, right? And actually really go toe-to-toe, head-to-head, and kind of be able to just take a little bit of the bragging rights.
I mean, we had it for a while on like, online tournaments and stuff, and then and then when we got to some LAN events, it was like they were in sometimes the same tournament, especially like Pro League, for example, but they would very infrequently be a part of the same group, or if they were, they'd be in like the last elimination game or something when they were just on the cusp, or maybe there were 3 teams from Asia represented. And it's so rare now that the Mongols are within that sort of top 10 conversation. Now that they're not moving further down than that, it's hard for these other Asian teams to get a chance at them.
Yeah, and this culture sort of started to be established with the ESL Challenger, you know, doing their LAN finals with 4 teams and whatnot. They've really been experimenting with that, but we've never had stakes like this either, Neil. This is unreal. $300,000. I know you said, let's put it to the side. I don't know how you do that, brother. I don't have that in me. I can't put it to the side. You've got stadium appearances on the line over here. You've got 300K on the line, and so much pride that you can actually win. Like, this is not an international where you're going up against Na'Vi in your first match. You can take this whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. And we're looking for maybe upsets across the way as well. Nomads, which we'll come into a little bit later down the line, right? They have a chance to really show their prowess. I mean, they're the little team that could, right? No one even expects us to make the playoffs, for being completely frank. And now they find themselves in for the chance and still in for that spot of not only going to EWC, but going to Shanghai and playing the SPD arena and playing, you know, where the major was played not even that long ago. So that would be absolutely massive. They'll be in that second game against FlyQuest, so that'll be pretty wild. We're going to be kickstarting things with Tyloo versus Rare Atom, but before we get to all of that conversation and breaking that down, we've got a little video to bring you just as we get ready for probably what is one of the best days here at ACL.
The next stage will be quite difficult for us because Tyloo, they are quite a strong team. So they have been proven well in Europe. Their performance are very good. So it will be a tough performance for us to play against them.
I 是一支非常具有经验的队伍嘛，然后他们有3位成员都是之前在天路服役过嘛，Somebody， 然后 Summer 跟 K 子，然后他们都是那种经验非常丰富，然后个人能力也不差的那种选手嘛，然后加上他们2个年轻选手的火力吧，他们这个队更多的是打那种临场的那种交流吧，然后他们的那种临场的反应很快。
Also kind of play our game and not focus too much on them.
会是一场比较艰难的比赛。当然，不管遇到再强大的对手，还是不管打谁，我们都会保持时刻自信，然后信任自己去赢下每一场比赛，就做到最好。
We look at this game with a lot of respect, but let's take a look at the bracket before we, like I said, jump into the details of Tyloo, Rare Atom. Of course, we had a few games played out yesterday. GG Howell took down the Huns 2-0. It was a bit of a spicy game, and safe to say probably a bit of an underperformance from the Huns and what we expect out of them. On the flip side, Limvision Ninja, it was a quite clean 2-0, but we actually earned a lot of respect from Ninja. They're a side who, you know, probably got minimal days notice, right? Who can be in that replacement team, coming in and actually showing some really bright moments, especially those first halves as well, T-Time. 6-all for both of them.
Yeah, fun times, honestly. I didn't hate the series. We got to see a clean Limvision victory, but we also got to see highlights from Ninjas, and that gives us interesting sort of storylines going in up against Huns, right? If Huns continue to remain weak, and Ninjas has a chance of here, but let's put that to the side. Let's talk about today, because El Clasico coming back in. It's so rare that we get this now as well, because so much of the conversation about Asia is dominated by, oh, Mongolia, they're so good. Yo, guys, get aside. This is OGs.
Also, it's like the El Clasico kind of shifted because they kind of swapped organizations, but then also there's a little history between Kaze and the current Tyloo, but then, you know, the Rare Atom core and like the experienced members are also very long mainstay characters from old Tyloo. It's a whole muddle and mess, but it is still the classic game we want to see in Chinese Counter-Strike.
Absolutely. Let's kickstart things with Tyloo as well. And of course, there's a lot of kind of back and forth between these two sides. But when we look at them, generally speaking, the first two names that come to mind is Jamyong and Mosaic. In terms of statistics, they'd be fantastic. But I think it's safe to say, T-Stan, that recently G has become a bit of a fan favorite. With the interviews, he's really become somebody that everybody kind of loves.
Listen, G's fun. G's great. All right, I don't care. I'm OG about this one. I want to see Jamyong, Mercury, and Mosaic take the stage. I want this to be the terrorizing rifling trio that has always been the talk of the town, right? This three-man core has been considered the best in China for now literally 5 or 6 years. It's just they've never been able to show it until literally this year.
Yeah. And when we look at the other side as well, Rare Atom, traditionally we always look towards Acl King. I don't think that is a bad thing, taking an incredible qualifier, 1.53 rating in the qualifier, the highest at the whole tournament. But his teammates weren't too far behind as well. The whole team breezed through, 1.32 the average. Li Hang had a 1.34, Summer 1.33. Yumi, it's safe to say there is a hell of a lot of firepower here for Rare
It's just
Atom.
crazy to think that one of the 3 main rifling figures on this team is probably one of the oldest what they have on the roster, outside of Kaze, who's 30. Somebody at 29 is also putting up comparable numbers and arguably having maybe even more impact than players like Acl King or Li Hang that seem to join them at the top of the table. So it's weird that, you know, we have this sort of youthful core in Tyloo, but we have a bit more veteranship in Rare Atom that can be just as fearsome.
Yeah, absolutely. Generally, when we look towards these two sides, like you mentioned, there's a lot of history here, not only with the players and changing orgs and all the rest, but just even recently in terms of matchups. But generally speaking, Tyloo have been coming out on top recently when it matters most, right? We talk about qualifications to the major, right? That's the big one, of course. Even before that, in Challenger League, we're beating them and actually ended up finishing higher than them overall, too. So
good records in Pro League, too.
Exactly.
Rare Atom doesn't do anything internationally.
Would it be safe to say that Tyloo should come in as the pretty clear favourites here for in your eyes, T?
I think they have figured it out. I'm sorry to jump in.
Yeah, it's okay. You can be me.
But I think they have figured it out now. Now that Mercury is now in-game leading, as opposed to having this weird combobulation of like Jamyong's trying, and then you know you're maybe trying to just sort of run a more communal operating system in in-game leadership. Now that Mercury is fronting that role a bit more, Tyloo seem like they are far more confident and far more in stride than we've seen them before.
And it's such a cool place to see them as well when you consider, right, like towards the end of last year, Jamyong was going to quit Counter-Strike, right? He actually tried to do that for a little while. We didn't know what was going to be happening. Listen, I'm so glad he did.
Failed that
I'm
Valorant
so
trial.
glad he did.
I'm not letting him live that one down. He went to do a Valorant trial and failed.
Thank God. Thank God for us. But right now, he's made the major, right, after years and years of trying. And this is a trio that had a very messy divorce with sort of Advent and Kaze, right? On the other side, it's strange to see Kaze on this Rare Atom side when we've seen so many difficult times for him and Advent in terms of, you know, being the structured.
Yeah, exactly that. We're going to throw it over towards the stage as well as we bring the teams in.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage from China, Tyloo! Next up on stage, also from China, Rare Atom! Tyloo versus Rare Atom. Good luck. Have fun.
Now, as the teams find their way to the stage and we turn our heads towards the Veto, there's one thing that I did want to just quickly discuss before we get underway and towards this game. Now, we keep bringing it up because it's very important at the moment, VRS points. I want to take a look at the little VRS forecast. If Tyloo are able to win this game, they will go to 24th in the world, which is just inside of the Cologne cutoff. If Rare Atom lose it, they go 23rd. So, at the moment, Rare Atom are fine. Win or lose, they still remain on that cutoff. Tyloo winning this game here, just this game, would actually put them, for now, inside of it. Of course, plenty of things are going to change before their cutoff comes through, but this could be a massive way to bolster their hopes of getting towards Cologne.
I will be very frank with you, Neo. Right now, both of these teams are not thinking about that. They're not thinking about EWC. Hell, they might not even be thinking about SPD. When you put Tyloo and Rare Atom against each other, it is lethal. It is purely single-minded about one thing and one thing alone. Let's disable Jamyoung, let's disable Child King, and let's figure out what happens after that.
And also, let's figure out which of us is actually the best team in China. You know, that's typically been
Lin
the conversation.
Vision is also up there.
Yeah, we'll get to Lin Vision later, though.
Yeah. Maybe it's let's figure out who is the second best right now. But we'll come to that in a bit. Let's talk about the Veto. Dust2 and Nuke going to get banned out. Train
Oh my God,
going to get picked in by Tyloo.
That's the first train we've seen all tournament, from the Chinese qualifier to the closed qualifier. This is the first time we're going to see the map.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it because this screams of an underdog pick coming out from Tyloo. It feels like they have so many maps where they could have gone, but I just think they're just better than Rare Atom. Even if you look out towards strengths of Rare Atom, like Inferno, like that Anubis, I just think Tyloo are better than them. They've consistently been getting big wins out on maps like that Inferno, so I'm surprised that Rare Atom went in for that. I honestly thought Rare Atom would want to go for an ancient pick of their own because that felt like the only place where I do think Child King and Liang can take control. So the decider is at least good for them, but this is wild to me. Inferno still makes sense. I don't know why Tyloo would pick Train.
Maybe because they 13-5 them last time they played, if I had to make an assumption. And probably Prax and Scrims have gone quite well. I don't know. It does feel quite risky. Maybe it's now becoming an incorporation to the map pool. If they got Dust2 as a permaban, they now need to be sort of fixing. On the flip side, it's also been a pretty bad map for Rare Atom. 1 and 3. It's only 1 and 4 for Tyloo, don't get me wrong.
It's just not a very popular map within the Asian circuit in general, and so it's hard to actually, I think, get quality practice on it probably. I mean, you think about all the teams we've had so far, everyone has avoided it like the plague. And outside of, earlier, I mean, yesterday we had the potential of a trained map, third map decider. Yeah. Even in the post-game interview, we were hearing that, like, oh yeah, we were surprised that they decided to lean into train because nobody wants to play this map. So I think Tyloo are also flexing some muscles here. If this goes well for them, it sets a precedent that no team can just float train and hope to get away with it. If there's a vulnerability in their map pool, Tyloo will look to exploit it. That's
been the case recently. It really does feel like everyone's in this agreement that we don't like train, not play in the region. I mean, I've spoken to a bunch of the players and they all say, like, we just avoid it, right? We don't even try and bracket. We just know that it's on a map they want to be playing. So maybe Tyloo are trying to be, we see this happening within like EU Tier 2, right? These teams are trying to punch up and make their way towards tier 1.5. That's what they do.
Vertigo, right?
They bring in the new map. They bring in whether it was the Ancient, the Anubis, or whatever it is, and try and make it part of their pool. But enough conversation. I think it's time to get in towards the game. We have got Train 2 Kickstart, the wildcard pick by Tyloo in this Chinese derby. Let's see who starts well in towards Group B.
It is certainly a risk. Not exactly a great track record for Tyloo individually, nor for Rare Atom, but Tyloo seem like they have a trick up their sleeve. Let's just hope it actually goes as well as they think it will.
And that trick might be G. This trick might be Tyloo saying, our Opper is better than yours. We know there is no love lost between Kaze and the others, but Child King has started off strong. Mosea's response is singular, and Child King reminds him, and numbers are favoring him. Liang as well comes into play, and for me, these two are the men who you will have to keep an eye out on. I know somebody and Summer have had their moments. Jamyoung, do you have a chance to take them down? Maybe you do, but in the 2 versus 4, Tyloo are going to be caught wanting.
He's found a decent timing here, but I think just spotted now coming out towards that lower side. No, wait, no, they don't seem to be reacting to it, but needed an instant kill, it felt like there for Jamyoung. He's on low health, taking bullets would not go well for him. A very fast call from Tyloo at the start of this round towards A, and it's on Jamyoung to try and salvage the situation. First kill's good, and the instant headshot onto Lihang. The Molotov will finish off the job, and Mercury can secure the plant backside.
If there's ever a man you want alive in the late round, it has always been the Jam. Child King comes through, Mercury shut him down though, and Jamyoung still stays alive on 2 HP. He can be the fodder for somebody. They have his crosshair taken away, but Jamyoung will just play this out late, and somebody's looking for duels. Verticality will not help Mercury, though. Jamyoung is hidden up on top, takes the peak, takes the head. A quick double from Jamyoung puts them right back into it.
How does Jamyoung get so much mileage out of that? Starts the 2-on-4 at 32 health, finds this great timing on B, and even though he gets spotted, he doesn't find his instant frag. Still just comes out ahead in these fights, and that follow-up from Mercury just to secure deep lane control made a world of a difference.
It's also just great recognition. I mean, Jamyoung, I'm sure, asked for that Molotov to come through so he can isolate that backside duel. Does so incredibly well. Even the first kill that Mercury gets with the flames, I mean, Jam just, gets a goose there.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, without that, the player probably escapes, right? So I think it was bad luck for Lihang.
Where Adam probably were already thinking of that round as theirs.
Yeah,
but
they felt good about how it started.
Let's see if they can make Tyloo feel bad about how it follows up.
Got a Kaze scout. I'm keen to see how well Kaze performs.
It'll be critical to the success of Rare Adam. Overhead flashbang. Does not connect. Child King swings out. He wishes he had a flash of his own, but he might not need one. Jamyoung low, but not gone. And that's the defensive line immediately removed.
Yeah, I mean, a late round execute. This is the thing that a lot of people will recognize about this version of Train is that A bomb site feels very vulnerable, especially in the opening sort of 10 to 15 seconds. If there's a good amount of util sailing over that side of the map, you can expect, typically 4 CTs to start in that position, but as the round starts to develop into later and later stages, you start to worry about maybe slow Ivy crawls, you start to worry about B execs as well, and unless you get brown holes access, which the CTs have an easier time of doing now that the spawns got moved back on that T side, it can be you very much are sort of flying blind, and it becomes very difficult to sort of take aggressive control on CT in those later segments. So much of how the map ends up playing out in the late round is determined by the opening 20 seconds. And sure, there are other maps where that is also an example. I think Ancient is also another another map you can look to where that has the same sort of problems, so to speak. But Train, because of these long lanes and how deep the rotations can feel like on CT side, it feels like it's that much more important.
Rare Adam do not come into this round without at least a little bit of fight in them. Of course, they saved up a few guns from the previous, but another couple of Deagles purchased up as well. Still, Tyloo will be expecting that. As much as we are obviously expecting Tyloo to have done a lot of homework, really leveled up their Train as well, I think the dangerous point is that they have actually been playing it quite regularly recently, right? They've had a few matches versus Inferno on it. Of course, Neo mentioned their game against Rare Atom, which is the only official they've won on this new map. Rare Atom would not be completely caught off guard by it. The possibility of a decider, I think, was always there.
It's not always a great sign, missing the icon smoke on the T side, and this is a very deep main smoke as well, thrown by Rare Atom. So it doesn't seem like everyone has all the smokes down pat, but that resmoke from Mercury will do a lot of help for Tyloo to break into this A-bomb site, especially because they know that they're against a weakened buy. Sure, a couple saved weapons, but you can see Rare Atom just not feeling that confident around these smokes. Backside, Lihang does find one, but eventually flushed out.
Just a singular-mindedness of Messiah running right down Olaf von Hell, finding himself everything he needs. Nicely done. Good anti-eco in the end of the day. It's only Child King left, and with his shadow that is incredibly visible, Musea has never had an easier kill in his life.
Yeah, Child King definitely didn't know that light cast the shadow so harshly.
How does he know?
The biggest indicator for me about Rare Atom and whether or not they've put the work in on this map actually will be on this CT side. A lot of the great Train teams that we're seeing, I think the best example right now is probably current day Aurora.
Oh, okay.
I think they're probably more specialized on it than Vitality, for example. But so much of it comes down to the early bombardment of utility to stop the main progression, make it uncomfortable for anyone to default in that position.
Attacker has been chomping down nades, left, right, and center.
Very nice.
And Child King wants to follow in with a Molotov. Now, that incendiary only isolates Mercury. It doesn't give a Child King an easier duel. He's happy to take the fair fight. He wins those more often than not, and that's Exhibit A. The gun round has started swimmingly for Rare Adam.
Oh my god, Child King even pushing forward past the smoke, and they spam this, but then they're very suspicious, but they can't land a bullet. If just a single stray had connected on Child King, he'd be a dead man walking.
Oh my god.
And it's more shenanigans inside of this smoke here for Child King, but it will be denied. A kill from behind. It's somebody that does secure the first there for Adam, but all shout-outs to Child King and the disruption he throws to main.
I mean, the fact that he does that without a flashbang into main as well is just so impressive. Yes, the early grenades are giving him a guarantee that there's no one on the right side, but first duel was hard enough. Then he stays there for that long, makes sure that Tyloo will never be able to reclaim any territory. Now Tyloo do come into this with pretty much a full buy, right? G will have his AWP and the works behind it.
But that's exactly what I was talking about. I wanted to see Rare Adam take control and make it uncomfortable for you to set up inside of main. That's immediately what they do. Oh my god, yeah, it does so much damage.
It is Demolition Derby on both sides, Michael.
12 and 18 HP remain on Li Hong and Child King.
It's one of the reasons why it's become so hard to take early pop dog control from the CTs. A set of nades. I mean, I don't see the double nade very often. Mostly it's a molly with the nade, but yeah.
Yeah, they're probably more familiar with that molly nade combo too. It's a patience game over towards Ivy.
With Child King's HP, I don't even think he can afford to not be patient. That smoke does actually dissuade Tyloo from going into Ivy at all. I'm sure they might have intended to reset regardless, but it takes a lot more time. It all really comes down to what the CTs want to do with their remaining 3 smokes and when they'll deploy them, and it feels like the timing should be now or thereabouts.
Yeah, it's still a slow crawl, and because of the pressure that was put in the earlier gun round, see Attacker trying to clear close with that Molotov. Nade is decent there from Kaze as well. But that could only be, I mean, that could just be a solitary lurk for all Rare Adam knows. They have no forward positions. They're playing inside of the sites. But as this timer continues to tick on down, 25 seconds, Tyloo have still yet to make up their mind. Smoke's now sailing over towards this A bomb site.
Great flashbang, and Kaze is immediately eliminated. Child King's AWP is not going to be able to provide any support at all. Tyloo had saved enough smoke so they'll be able to enter that A bomb site relatively safely, and Rare Atom, who'd been leaning towards the B area of the map pretty much for the last 35 seconds or so, are going to be heavily punished for it.
And they exploit that timing that I was talking about earlier on. You know, the longer the round develops, the more you worry about losing Brown Hole's control and potentially having a full siege on that B bomb site. And that's why, you know, we see a lot of top-level teams try and be aggressive inside of Brown Holes early. It's why, as well, on T-side defaults, you're frequently Molotoving the bottom ramp and then, you know, smoking off the top side so that you can try and take that control. It's become a real battle in Brown Holes, the way that, you know, Old Train basically never saw play.
Yeah. I mean, you always saw, like, a Zipnix being posted there, doing Zipex, rather, being posted there, just sitting and chilling for the, you know, 50 seconds until that one round where someone comes in and he can get a triple kill.
Yeah, Train was a hallmark map for patient anchors, especially on the small sites. If you were a B anchor, if you were an elite level player, you'd understand exactly the timing you had to peak. You would very frequently leave massive gaps and just trust your intuition. It is such a difficult site to play, and that's why CTs have, you know, tried to be aggressive in more recent times, trying to exploit these new spawns.
The game plan of Rare Adam is going to have to be without an AWP. Kaze, who is yet to strike, will be given an MP9. 3 players on the other side will not make that MP9 job any easier. G is the one to lead the charge. If Kaze goes for that jump spot again, he is undoubtedly dead. It might just end up being a full contact play out from Tyloo. Musea to start entering in. Kaze about to be challenged, greatly so, but his timing is perfect. He comes out with a quick kill. That is huge. All you could really ask of him. Liang immediately repositions and is making sure this can't be a full Ivy ramp, but with the smoke down, his visibility is obscured. That's why you can see Summer start to navigate back. Once again, Rare Atom a little bit leaning away from the A side, but much closer to collapse back in should they need to.
They're playing so far apart from one another. It's a critical kill there from Summer to just try and contain, because Child King's spot on side of that A bomb site is not ideal. Understanding that he could be flanked from either side, but he can also pick his duel. Jamyoung dead, but now they know about Child King. But Mercury has to now come in clutch. A 1-on-3 where that bomb is exposed and dropped inside of Ivy. And he knows that Chalky could swing at any moment. Lihang just around the corner, and he will be able to decapitate. 3 surviving here for Rare Atom. They deal with that Ivy pressure. Even if Kaze goes 1 for 1, Rare Atom make a great adjustment.
I mean, honestly, all of these kills felt like they're completely individual, but it's still such a good understanding of what's being covered off. You're not seeing like a great flash play or something like that defensively. You know, HEs and whatnot largely used too early on, so it feels like it's isolated fights, but the fact that Tyloo never knew where Rare Atom was, they were never able to get that information at all because of the lack of main control due to Child King's forward positioning, has made it so much more difficult.
But it also benefits Rare Atom a lot that they're being very, very quick about the way that they're rotating around the map. They're not hesitating. They're being,
Summer's back in CT spawn like that.
They're being pretty free-flowing about how they're rotating, and maybe that comes off of the back of, you know, not kind of understanding where they need to be, but as soon as they get a piece of information, they're very quick to try and plug up that gap as fast as possible.
It's one of the things that Tyloo was even talking about in the video, right? That, hey, that's Rare Atom's strength, which is weird to say for a team with Kaze in it, or a team, you know, called Rare Atom, where once upon a time it was all about the structure, the pre-round planning and everything.
Summer and somebody don't hesitate.
Never have. And Tyloo aren't hesitating right now either. Early main control is going to be contested by these grenades, and boy are they good ones. Lihang's spam will immediately find Jamyang, finish off the job and molly off Mercury. Attacker's feeling like he's in trouble, and for good reason. He's got no HP, and he might not have teammates soon either. Lihang's drop down after a greedy info play will have to be compensated for by Child King. Mosea spotted, Mosea eliminated, and with Kaze now striking in for his 2nd kill, first with the AWP, Child King can feel more comfortable inside the site. Attacker brought down to 17 early, but that doesn't make him any less lethal.
His time. He can stop and freeze, but he just gets caught. You can see somebody just catching glimpses continuously. And that red train will not protect him for very long. It's time to survive, but you have to, if you go towards that A bomb site, you have to deal with Child King.
I mean, Lihang's the one who ends up being a menace this time early on with that great HE. Child King is allowed to play for the late round, which, you know, so far, rather the mid round, so far it feels like he's always had to be active early on if they want to maintain that A main control.
Yeah, I mean, he's not taking first contact, but, you know, I think it was all still early round.
That was I mean, the last 20 seconds long.
Exactly. Didn't get to the mid round. Now that has shattered the money of Tyloo. They do come in with at least an AK on Attacker, but you can see it's a pretty bargain buy. Right now, every time they go towards this A bomb site, it's been so difficult to deal with Child King and the aggression that he's willing to throw, the peaks that he continuously goes for. Lihang often a distraction, but also a problem.
This could get kind of scary. Even now on this A bomb site, might end up being B though.
Yeah, I mean, a 1 smoke exec.
G's got a flashbang. Don't discount that, Michael.
Yeah, it's just the B bomb site does feel like it's more value, but you can see Mercury lining up a smoke actually for Icon, so this looks to be like some kind of pop burst.
I mean, look at where G is as well, right? They really want to flashbang out and just find Lihang. Lihang's not blind at all, and with Child King to cover off, sure, he doesn't make use of that 2nd opportunity, but he doesn't need to.
Yeah, now just the Glocks that remain. Just
how long are your arms, Mercury?
Oh. He just got his hands back on that AK. Wasn't guarded.
Kaze's feeling scared.
The bomb's just dropped out so far in the open that there's basically no option to try and hoodwink Rare Atom at all. And G, equipped with a Glock, unable to get much more done. Mercury, good damage considering he has no armor and just that salvaged AK. But it won't be enough.
A little bit unnecessary.
Yeah. They had favorable fights. It's not like they technically should have lost these duels. It's just they did. So
Mercury's just kind of good.
Controlled his spray through the aim punch.
Never had any doubts about Mercury, I'm telling you, Michael. He has managed to singularly maintain form while IGLing in ways that I never thought would be possible for him in particular. You know, lacking that veterancy and whatnot. Sure, he's kind of middling in terms of the years he's given to the scene by this point, but always been seen as a bit of a hotshot rookie.
Yeah, one of the few that were scouted by Advent.
The man who never misses except for in the game.
Through 5E as far as I'm aware, so.
You could find your future today. Attacker? Oh, thought for a second he might be peaked.
Now, it's not exactly an ideal position to be in with an M4A1S. We see Child King pushed forward inside of main, but he's having to tuck his crosshair away just because of that barrel could expose him.
Yeah, but his position also means that they can maintain 3 players on this B bomb site, although Summer does start to navigate away. Somebody's pushing in while Summer's rotating. This could be madness. With 4 players around the corner, somebody will not get away, but he does do some damage. Now, that means there can be fast rotations out, but they don't have utility. Liang's only got a flashbang to try and help out, and he can't really do much more than deliver it because of the Molotov. G is coming in through that smoke all alone, but Summer looks away. Jamyoung will even get the kill. So what looked like a perfect setup from Rare Adam, 3 players out towards that B-bomb site. They dismantle it, and then they invite Tyloo in with the death of somebody.
It just feels like so much of the control for Adam is centered around, you know, A main, and, you know, from outside of that, they've just been playing very passively inside of bomb sites. So when you end up on B and you look for this late round info play, especially if there's no pressure being built elsewhere, it almost feels unnecessary. Especially to do so isolated. You know, we'll see some teams go for those types of explorations in mid to late rounds, but typically they're coupled up together, so they guarantee a trade. They've still got a smoker or molly to
even
block
a
off.
flashbang would have gone big.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just these small details that will certainly help, but, you know, the likes of somebody, he does not like to sit still, that's true. But I just wish there was a little bit more support behind him to try and make that duel work, because if he had someone right behind him, the same way that Jamyoung was sort of jiggle peeking the angle, neither had technically a clear fight. If it's a 2-on-2 there, then who's to say it doesn't go Rare Adam's way? I almost wish as well, you know, once that timing is hit where the rotates start to happen towards that A bomb site, that Child King maybe even peeks inside of main and actually full clears it so they have a better idea earlier on. But he's been having a phenomenal game himself, so he trusted his instincts. He still got his kill, it's just that B bomb site crumbled as a result of, once again, kind of flying a little blind. I think
for Tyloo, it does feel like they've got the bare requisite for the T-side rounds, right? Like, yes, anything beyond this would be very nice to see, but moving into CT side, where we are expecting, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm expecting G to be doing very well for himself with the AWP. He's generally quite comfortable on this map so far.
I think coming out of this timeout, I want to see Rare Adam, you know, either aggress into Ivy or try for something different. But Tyloo are also changing the pace.
Mosea's already out into the bomb site. He's in from behind them. Child King is gone. And that's problem number 1. Very often number 2, 3, 4, and 5 as well, if I'm being very honest. Kaze has been found now as Mosea continues to wreak havoc from inside the A bomb site. Rare Atom have lost it. And with this, unless you save Lihang and somebody, they could even lose the next round of the back of it.
Such a good tempo change. I mean, Mosea having the spawn and then just exploiting that to its fullest degree. Rare Adam get caught sleeping because they've actually been able to keep Tyloo at bay in the early segments because of that starting util inside of main. Well, Mosea was there faster than they recognized.
Somebody will be able to keep that AK alive at the very least. But yeah, Rare Adam just were not ready at all for their defenses to be breached like it. They had the incendiary, they had the grenade, right? But because Mosea's already sailed past that, I don't even know if Rare Adam were fully aware of the possibility of that timing being hit.
Yeah. It's like their early util has been so successful that there was kind of no reason to doubt it. Until just now.
Yeah, I mean, had that been a double nade or something, Mosea would not have been happy.
Yeah. So, phenomenal tempo shift there from Tyloo. And even just the small footwork there from Mosea, ducking into the smoke, emerging out of it just as Kaze's trying to retreat.
I don't speak the language, but I'd like to think he's saying, see, that's how you do it.
Yeah, they seem pleased, at least.
Why wouldn't they be? They are teeing up for 7. And unless Lihang and somebody can come through, be absolute heroes, I cannot see how they wouldn't get there. Flashbang does very little, Lihang does very little as well. 1 for 1 and eliminating one of the few rifles. That's great, sure, Kaze picks it back up, but it's aim punch you have to worry about. Now somebody, that's an important kill.
Yeah, clears an extremity, and he pushes with it as well. I mean, he's through the white holes, and Attacker was outside of earshot to have heard the progression here of somebody. But it will be something I think is accounted for. You can see G sort of hovering back to regroup with his teammate in main, but yeah, he does let his guard down.
This is going to be a full backstab. Mercury's dead. Somebody gets that kill, backs off immediately. There's no way for them to find any sort of response, and with the smoke down, it's even more chaos. Tyloo. I said they need to avoid the heroics of the saved rifles. They've not been able to do so. Somebody hasn't had the strongest of games so far, but this could be the turning point for Rare Atom's CT side. 35 seconds. No information whatsoever. Kaze flirts with them, but that's only to let somebody take it home. Quick 4, quick off pickup, and quick round save.
God, he is so unrelenting, isn't he? I mean, he continues pushing on the flank. He smokes himself off. He makes steps running back, holds the smoke, and then takes this timing to walk through behind them inside of T-Main as well. A 4K from somebody. A veteran, but also a fearless vet.
A fiend. This is a man who looks forward to war. He does not dread it. Early grenade, somebody forced away. AWP rescope, misses his shot, misses his chance, but he's really just lining up for the backstab. They're coming in from behind. It's supposed to be Child King. Child King good for one. And Child King, he will be traded. Jamyoung will have full access to the A-bomb site. He's not ready for Li Hang's position, though. That's normally been taken up by Child King. Mercury should be aware of the possibility. But it's still giving them time to have Summer rotate back through. It's still a 4v4.
They got numbers confirmations inside of those holes as well, so there were moments where Ivy certainly could have been exploited. Not something that they have to worry about. Tyloo are so heavily clustered.
They're rotating so fast because they think somebody's AWP is going to be in a good position to cover up Pop Dog, and now they're right. Tyloo's missed the timing.
I don't feel great about the somebody AWP.
Even Kaze's position could be problematic.
It's just so deep.
It just depends on where Mercury wants to throw this Molotov. He could block them both with a Z-Molly.
They're trying to play from fast rotating positions because they are a little bit unknown as to what's going to happen. But Li Hang has pushed through A main and is flanking through those white holes. So they should start to have a lean back over towards this B bomb side.
Look at the time.
But they still have to worry about the possibility of Pop Dog. They find Li Hang on that flank as well.
He's still done his job. There's 25 seconds rotating back over to the A-bomb side. You have no utility for somebody. With the AWP, he has a real chance for a 3K. 2 of them already accomplished. And Mercury doesn't know. He suspects it, but he doesn't know.
He has to run.
This last round of the half is gone. There's 10 seconds on the clock. Jamyoung will not be allowed to plant the bomb, and the round is over. It does not matter. Tyloo are lost in the sauce, but no, Mercury pulls out the AK again, and he realizes his mistake too late. It is 6-6 Rare Atom off the back of somebody giving them 2 beautiful rounds.
Tyloo looked a little dazed and confused. Once again, Rare Atom just completely about the shop, constantly moving, adjusting their setup, some forward pushes late. It seemed like they were threatening those flanks far later into that half than I thought that, you know, a team like Rare Atom would actually push forward, but especially because Tyloo pick into this map, they were hoping to hoodwink, pull the wool over the eyes of Rare Atom, but a formidable fight was put up by players like Child King and somebody. Those two definitely with the highest impact on that CT side. The heroics of somebody was worth its weight in 2, but even when he got his hands on that ult, I didn't have a lot of trust in it, but goddamn did he perform.
Especially after he missed that first shot out in brown holes.
Yeah, I was just thinking, this guy is such a fiend with the rifle. Why are you making him AWP?
Turns out, the fiend is not in the weapon, Michael. It's in the hands.
Yeah, well, he is the embodiment of chaos.
The unnamed man. But very much a song hero. And this is what I love about Rare Atom, right? Like right now, this is a team that is very much spurred on by a philosophy gone by. Right, you're looking at all of these flanks that they're going for, and very frankly, Rare Atom did not look like the most comfortable team on the CT side. I don't think they were always clued into what's going on, but so many times they just say, you know what, guys, individually, play what you want, just be good on your comp.
I think they've got the meta util sets down for the map, but they're maybe not clued into the sort of mid to late round decision making in the same way that top level teams currently are within this map. But it definitely still, you know, they understand that they at certain points, key philosophy from all the maps of the pool, at certain moments in rounds you have to take a risk, and who else but somebody to be the one that frontmans that.
That is actually a crazy shot from Jam.
Yeah, well, it didn't matter in the end. Somebody shot better.
It does feel like Liang and Kaze have been given the roles of, you know, sort of figuring out the rest of the work, right? Like, hey, yo, guys, we're gonna go party. You guys are the ones who will handle the group project behind us.
You always need a safety net. That's why you have support players on teams, is that everybody else can kind of do what they want. The support players.
Safety nets are fine and all. Why you gotta be so heavy, bro? Tyloo still with 6 rounds, should not be counted out by any stretch of the imagination. They're going to be very happy with that. Of course, they would have liked to be on 8. Seemed like they were set up for it.
Tyloo will still be relatively satisfied with the 6-6 scoreline.
Yes.
In the early days of Train, before the spawn adjustments, this was a T-sided map very briefly, but when those spawns got moved, CT side started to have a lot more success, and it's become, I wouldn't say the most CT-sided map in the pool, but it's like the 3rd most.
Wait, what's the 1st and 2nd?
I think Nuke and...
Because I thought it was 2nd most.
It actually might be 2nd.
Yeah, I don't even think any other map is CT-sided.
Yeah, sorry, I forget. CS2 made everything T-sided.
Yeah, we don't believe in CTs.
If I can't see it, I don't need to believe it.
Let's see if we can believe in Tyloo's CT sign, though. The team that picked the map. Second half of it as we head in to the inaugurating El Clasico. I'm hoping that we might end up getting more of them down the line. Double elimination and all.
Oh, so definitely a slow builder here for Adam. Just spread out, making sure that Tyloo don't push too early with those pistols. But you can see how defensively they're playing on that CT setup. From Icon, from Ivy. They've got 3 on B. That's a whole bombardment of util sailing over towards this A bomb site. And so one player will have to move. It will be G that looks to reinforce, but they're going to be out of position and trapped behind smoke. So the boost is being built and a fantastic opportunity presented for Mosea.
This is still going to be a lot of close range fights from the Glocks. No, this, what? Only Liang and Kaze are left alive. The safety net call to order, and I said they were heavy. I don't think they've got the might to lift them back up. Liang closing the distance is going to be closed down. Jam Young will put away rear Adam, and while Kaze is hunting for a knife, it's Attacker's stray bullet to take him out. Tyloo will get the defuse.
I think they just realized they got bumped by something inside of that smoke, so Kaze just gets hit by a stray as they attempt to spam it. Yeah, I mean, the exec looked pretty good, all things considered. Tyloo got trapped behind it. Their positions weren't great, but that boost immediately got the ball rolling back for Tyloo's retake.
I am a little bit surprised that you see these longer duels coming out from somebody and the like. I thought they might fight for cover and try and close the distance and whatnot, but still, you know, you take it both ways, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But a nice little protocol, I think, there for Tyloo. Not quite the same bombardment of util we saw Rare Adam throwing on that CT side, but ooh dear. Mosea took a deep peek Ivy and already gets tagged down.
If we can get a Kaze like T-sided performance, I would be so happy.
It'd be sweet.
It just feels like that big window that Kaze felt like he had was sort of wasted away during, you know, the pandemic era, where he wasn't able to like really go international, and that confidence that he felt like he had for a while was never fully put to use.
Players with both sides going for spams. Liang trying to clear main with his spam, and Attacker tells him to stop, basically.
Yeah, that white hole spam has been there since CSGO, okay? You should know about it. Oh, nice. Done. Mosea, make sure Kaze is going to be quickly dealt with. The grenade as well to keep them away. And Random don't look like they're in position to get too many kills. Summer has somehow found Attacker, though. Mosea's being loud about it, and it will still be a cleaner affair.
Yeah, not too bad. Losing 1 to a Deagle, that could happen.
And it's just a MP9 that can be discarded, so they're fine with it. Let's get the guns out.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of slower T-sides because of Tyloo in that first half, but we saw as well just how successful an up-tempo play can be. And so I want to be able to witness Rare Adam on both sides of that coin. Also felt like the B bomb site was largely neglected outside of a couple rounds.
What do you mean? Rare Adam had players there all the time.
Yeah. And yet Tyloo just didn't want to go there.
I'm curious about what Lihang and Child King's activation clauses will look like over here on this T side. As much as Child King started off very well, I believe at the tactical timeout where you mentioned his success, he was 11-7. Has not had as many opportunities to shine in the past few rounds, and you'd like to see that changed.
The boost there for Mercury. I've seen so many players lose that fight, and I always worry.
Good to be concerned. Good flashbang from Mosaic. Wow.
Just
immediately backs off, and the grenade as well is going to... Oh, the Molotov spreads in the end. Child King could finish him off with the spray, but he prioritizes going back to CT spawn. He doesn't want to reveal position. They have no idea. Jam Young on the B-bomb site. A combination we've been seeing since he has inaugurated in the Chinese scene. Mosaic still trying to make things possible. It is a 1 versus 2 for Child King. The full quad needed, but 35 seconds and no bomb.
Yeah, low health too. And they're deciding they're not going to play on that bomb. Doubling up together and just hoping that they can trade things out late. They'll allow Child King to plant, but that's only if they find themselves deeply out of position. If Child King decides to finish on that B bomb site instead.
He's also so low as a thing.
Yeah, time is also against him. So I mean, if he wants to try and make a play, he will have to dive into that bomb site, but he's called it quits already. Just knew he was flying into the unknown, and so he'll just take what he's gotten out of this round. I mean, the setup for him seemed decent. I mean, a one-for-one exchange in a sense. You know, he was able to slip in through spawn while his teammate lost his life, and he was able to get his 2 kills. It's just the fact that his teammates died behind him before he could make that play. That feels like the timing was a little off. Also, this double kill from Jam Young effectively saves the round for Tyloo.
I remember... I mean, back in Old Train, back in CSGO, Jam Young used to be such a fiend on the B-bomb site. Just solo anchoring, taking over everything.
The only disappointment is that he's using the A1S now.
I will miss that howl forever. Somebody, oh dear. Run away. Hop. Hop harder.
Yeah, a hop, skip, and a jump. Push from Ivy. Something that Rare Adam basically never did on their CT side, but Mosaic is pushing deep, and the bomb is setting up for util. I think steps were made by Mosaic, though, on his approach.
He's missed it. Child King's going to be able to take him down. That hero AK now comes in relevance. 2 big kills. Summers found number 3, and although Jam Young is trying to show up with a star performance of his own, he is being swarmed. He is being put on fire.
They picked up that G-Orb.
What can they do with it? They're going to stop. Freeze. Let Tyloo be the ones to make the move. They know how this works. CTs, man disadvantage, big old map like Train, you gotta push.
Especially while there's smokes down. When you're in the disadvantage, that will serve to help you more, just because it covers off of some angles. So they'll wait these smokes, and they'll hope to trade out from there.
Jam Young's still in a fantastic position. If he doesn't get sidelined, if they don't clear this angle out, that 2 kills that he has, they could very quickly go to 4. Kaze and somebody, this double swing is not going to be clean when Mercury's here as well. It becomes effectively a 2 versus 2. Summer will find Mercury, but they're never going to be expecting Jam Young here. Somebody trying to plant the bomb, turns around, he's been spotted. Summer with G's off will not matter. Jam Young, in the end of the day, comes back in the 3 versus 5, gets 4 kills.
The patience on this man. Hell, the self-sacrifice that Tyloo are willing to throw the way of Jam Young as well, knowing that he is a safe pair of hands in those moments. Ever since moving to this CT side, we're seeing raw impact from Jam Young.
Unmoving.
A stone-faced killer.
Stoic.
He's been doing it his whole career.
Late round wins that you should never have? What do you mean? I get them all the time.
Yeah, I thought I invented that. But yeah, Rare Adam feeling a little stumped. It's not like they've not had opportunities, a man advantage in that moment. And sure, they came in with a weakened buy, but they'd recovered weapons. They knew that Tyloo were scrambling. So there are certainly challenges ahead here for Rare Atom. We weren't sure how well they'd do on this map. We weren't sure if there was going to be problems with them integrating this into their map pool. Whether the surprise of Tyloo picking into it. Our first train that we've had so far in this entire tournament, from the Chinese close qualifiers to our regional close qualifier. This is the first time it graces this stage. And while Tyloo have certainly looked to be in a better position, it feels like they've figured things out tactically. Mercury fronting that helm, being a little bit more aggressive perhaps versus this old core that, you know, Advent helped foster together. Just by having a bit more of a youthful perspective, Mercury seems to have tied things together quite nicely. We've seen some great boosts. We've seen some good protocols so far. The setups from Tyloo have looked solid. We'll see for Adam now, after the tactical into a minor tech, can craft a clever solution here on this T side. The starting util is a little flubbed there from Rare Atom. Molotov goes a little deep on those brown holes. Not something that will be a consequence, but something that if it continues could be a problem. That's also just a weird CT smoke that I imagine was set up for Pop Dog, but it's a reset. So none of that util seemed to matter. And so we're back into a minor technical pause. No progress made, no love lost.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Look at how happy G looks as well.
Yeah, it's strange. And, you know, I think there was definitely conversations around G, especially because of Pro League, getting more interviews with the players. I think there's definitely was a push to try and get more out of the Asian teams especially. And G was kind of the singer of the band. You know, he was doing a lot of the interviews. He had these cute little moments. And it seemed like there was sort of a mixed response. In the international community, they seemed pretty positive in the reception, but I think from my understanding, there was a little bit of kickback from some Chinese fans about, you know, how jovial he was, you know, how maybe he wasn't taking it seriously, he was having too much of a good time, perhaps. But I feel like there's a nice balance to be struck. You know, you can have personality while still being a stoic, an aggressive player.
To be fair, you look at sort of the comparisons on the rest of the team, right? Your Jamyoungs, your Mercuries, your Mosaias, your even to some extent Attacker as well. It's like, you're never going to see these guys have an expression other than, yep, we've done it.
we did it again.
Yep, there you go. What, 2 versus 4? Yep. We've done it.
It's definitely the most personality we've had from a Chinese player. I think maybe, you know,
outside of Dan King.
Yeah, outside of Dan King, but that was more like a bad boy attitude, you know?
We've gone from the 90s, or rather the 80s era of like Led Zeppelin and rock into the 90s boy band of G.
Sure, yeah. No, I think this is a fair comparison.
I got music right, baby. Let's get some music as some guns being fired. And somebody, well, he's the one singing, help me, baby!
Oh my god, he survived on 1 HP.
That's all he needs.
He just ducked it over his teammate would save him. And just the presence was enough, so...
Hit him with the ostrich.
No early advantage found, but it's hard to say that somebody isn't limping.
Don't know if he's got legs left to limp with. The Li Hang will dissuade Mercury from invading their territory further. He's actually trying to fight in from behind it. The Molotov will reveal position, but it's Jamyoung's backstab that takes his life away.
I heard the singe, so just lay down a hail of fire. Attacker, high ground angle, but Child King able to adjust. Man advantage back for Rare Atom.
He's suddenly going to be left without reasons to be laughing.
Yeah, I mean, the A-bomb side is just effectively unguarded. These positions are not ideal. Mosaic is the only one who can get a sightline in.
Summer has a critical job of making sure Mosaic can't just get the full swing out. Child King good for G as well, and with Mosaic being taken down, Jamyoung, I'm never going to count him out, but I am going to start ticking that time up. Bombs been planted, they've started back off, and they're not expecting him to be here is the big thing.
Yeah, but also Child King's in the Jamyoung angle, so how much will he foresee that play?
Let's see if he's forgotten his cloak of invisibility at the same position. Kaze spots him out though, and now it does feel like Jamyoung's best bet will be just to try and save, and That's something he will not be giving up. Great round from Child King. Honestly, that first kill onto Attacker was massive.
Yeah, no, it did feel as though that was the fight that swung the round. Otherwise, the spacing was going to look a little off there for Atom. They weren't in a great position to trade Child King. And Attacker was really that first line of defense, and there wasn't necessarily a second line to that defense. Mosaic only had a sliver to try and stop them transitioning into the A bomb site.
We've not seen too many of these rounds, Michael.
Well, Nico?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a full one.
Now they are starting to make a little bit of a pyramid now towards that A bomb site.
They're on 1,400 loss, aren't they?
They should be.
Yeah.
That's their first round loss.
So why are they saving?
Cause.
I see they're floating some cash on some players, but quite a few teams would buy here.
Cause. That's all I got,
yeah,
Michael.
Okay. I mean, I would ask you to expand, but I feel like I just get the same answer.
What do you mean? It was a different intonation. Attacker speed 250 is, the P2K is not going to be giving him anything either. 5 alive, Rare Adam, smiles on their faces. But this is a team that would laugh in the face of death, even if that face is about to chomp down on their heads.
Maybe Tyloo are going to go for what I like to call the Eternal Fire, or
the existence round.
As some people seem to call it, the Eternal Fire. No, it's actually save in this round and then half buy in this one. But no, they full bought. Never mind. It's not the same thing.
Well, let's see if they've got a plan with the MP9s, right? It's a lot that can be done on this map with it. It feels like if you're going in for a quick pop dog play, but Rare Atom will have that util.
It's just such a util heavy map. For you, you need to be able to take these fights early on these lower weapons, and you can see Attacker tried to force that duel.
Mercury will be able to find one on the summer who just comes in through the smoke, and Majik covering him up. It's a quick 2. Being scrappy in a 3-on-3 could work out for them. Jamyoung is here to back them up as well, and the stack on this A-bomb site has gone swimmingly. And with Mercury on the sideline spotting out Kaze's barrel, it has to be Child King to bring it back. It's a position he's been put in too many times, but Kaze is protecting him. The chaos has worked out in their favor, surprisingly enough.
He can't reload this M4. He feels like he's just going to drop his pants if he does. And that's far from ideal when he knows these two Rare Atom players are so nearby. Good info gathering, though, here from Mercury.
Jamyoung is just covering the cross, and right now he's been all over the map so many times. It's going to be Kaze left alone. 1 versus 1, but Kaze, he's going to be fortunate. Jamyoung has smoked himself off. Is he just going to push through the smoke? Kaze is not expecting it at all. Jamyoung is out and about, and now Kaze sees him. He smells him. The shark of Jamyoung is swimming in the water. Kaze trying to hunt back, but he simply cannot connect. Cue the Jaws music, Michael. Jamyoung is closing the distance already on the bomb side. Kaze will get it done! At the very last moment.
2 ex-teammates reading each other, containing, forecasting almost every next step. And there was, I mean, a couple of misses either way, but Kaze doesn't falter. This time Jamyoung's shenanigans, effectively hanging Mercury out to dry while he committed to that reload. It comes back to bite him. The AWP of Kaze can close. And so now it's a chain of 3 straight here for Rare Atom.
Likely 4.
I don't know, this could get weird. Pistols are close to main, and they want to try and push things forward. They were not prepared. Kaze was fumbling with util, and Attacker and G go 1 for 1, but Summer's there to sweep up the pieces. Good deke from Mercury, and there's still another one where that came from too. Somebody put on notice, a gun to be recovered, but now Mercury will have to try and salvage this. He has control of the bomb at least. And a smoke that can stall.
This is big.
It goes deep.
It might still work out for him. It can isolate the 2 versus somebody.
Oh,
he takes it away, but now he's not going to be aware that there's a second player upstairs. Lee Hung. It's down to a hair, Michael, but Rare Atom will take the win.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be satisfied enough, sure, they get away with those rounds, but 2 rounds where it comes down to a 1-on-1 at the end. This was against just basically full pistols. And so for them, they take a lot of casualties. This damages their money, and their loss bonus is now non-existent. If Tyloo answer back with this round, suddenly you could be in a little bit of economic turmoil. They have some reserve funds, but that will only be enough for one scrapped together buy.
Equally for Tyloo, it does feel a bit of a now or never story. Child King has found his way up to 21-14. Up from 12-11 in our last check-in. Cars is close. Mosaic, this could be troublesome. G, oh, flashed off, but Mosaic covers him. Somehow it's G to be able to recover in time for a second kill as well. Summer is lost in the chaos. He's missed his smoke. And unlike Jamyoung, he can't do anything with it. What a round from Tyloo. That IV aggression attacker comes in for the backstab.
But Summer still has the bomb and has found an opening, a pathway that can be carved over towards B. Mercury is here, but he's there on low health.
I mean, the welcoming party might feel fragile, but at the same time, the angle is superb. Summer will be able to get the full pathway out, and with him dropping on top of Mercury's head, it only takes an uppercut.
Just wanted to be held, but he was held in a completely different way. Fantastic round there from Tyloo. Even with G eating the flash, the 1-2 combo in towards Ivy was exactly the target the Rare Atom had their sights set on in the early stages of that T round. And so now Rare Atom realized the importance of this round, this moment that they find themselves in. They have some floating cash. There is, you know, it's unconventional, but there is an argument to be made about actually taking this 1400 and leaning into a 1900 loss bonus so you have a fully strengthened buy to stop and potentially push for an overtime. But if you lose this round, likeliness is you lose this map.
I do wonder if this B-bomb side is going to get any action now as well. But I mean, look at the setup again. Mosaic is so fast to react to the flashbang of G. You very often will see players, especially, you know, outside of the very tippity top in a position like that, be like, hey, until my opera shoots, I'm not going to be doing much.
Sure.
But great reaction from Mosaic there. Early grenades will keep attacker humble. G's AWP might be given Brownhole's control, but before it can be, that smoke is still there. Jamyoung is traded. G now is going to be caught in a very difficult place. Child King's already out in the bomb side. G might be able to get a backstab, but in doing so, he exposes himself. Double kills with the AWP are not easy, especially if you're missing shots like that. But he still gets it. Child King taken down on the bomb site, leaves Summer alone. Jamyoung at least had company. Summer given a duel, he'll win it. But surely he doesn't expect Mosaic, and even if he does, the A1 at range will take it away. Gee, I cannot understand how he gets that second kill.
It's the hard ones, misses the easy ones. Knife drawn in that upper peak. But he caught them completely off guard, completely unaware. It's just, I mean, that is milliseconds.
Even unscoped.
Yeah,
wow.
I can't believe he gets away with that. Usually a dead man walking when you miss a shot and players are swarming you, but not G. This could be the last round here on the map. It's Tech9s that come forward. Mosaic and Attacker strike first. They move in with a double AWP here on the side of Tyloo to try and go for this knockout punch. It's already found some impact, and Mosaic just as adept as G with this AWP. I mean, maybe not as adept, but...
maybe more so.
Yeah.
You're right.
These peaks just seem so simple there from Mosaic.
And Rare Atom, despite this hard-fought affair, they cannot upset Tyloo on the Dragons map pick.
Wasn't sure we would be seeing Train this entire tournament, but in its first foray, the pick of Tyloo coming into this series, they do close it out on Train. A bit of a curveball thrown in the Veto, that's for sure, but Tyloo came in with some good setups, some good protocols. They had nice boosts, and they had intuitive teamwork. They didn't necessarily have to communicate things verbally. They seemed to have things pretty down pat in how to react and what their next response would be. There was clear rehearsal from Tyloo coming into this map.
Oh, I completely agree with you. The rehearsal of just, hey, I've gone down, Jamyoung's gonna win the round for me, right? I mean, that's something that's a tale as old as time. And I have to say, what a performance coming out from Jamyoung. Sure, there was obviously clutches on the rear Adam side as well, but it felt like it was so premeditated in so many of these situations. Jamyoung is not a generally hyper aggro player. You're not thinking of him that way, but he was all across the map, wasn't always on the B-bomb side, was making so many choices, really taking his own leadership in terms of just being a central figure and using it to the max.
I think the important thing though for Rare Adam is that, you know, outside of these rounds where you have major stopping power from players like Child King, like somebody, it felt like it was actually very difficult for them to find major openings or, you know, create awkward scenarios enough for that Tyloo would consistently be uncomfortable. If Child King didn't put up those double kills so frequently in these rounds, I feel like this could have been far more of a blowout.
And unfortunately, I have to say this, on the T side, I just didn't really get enough from maybe Lee Hung and the like, right? Like, obviously, he was supposed to be a bit more for the defensive side. On the CT side, we characterize him and Kaze as a safety net. Kaze still had a round or two where he was able to tee off. We never really got that on the CT side from Lee Hung and the boys. Still, let's see what else we're going to be getting from him across the rest of the series. I'm just glad to be getting Neokai once again.
Thank you, guys. I guess the way I wanted to kind of come in towards this and start off by saying is, now that we've kind of got the surprise out of the way, T, how are we feeling about the train pick? This is a map that we've kind of come to talk about as being not popular really in the region at all. And we even kind of discussed it in saying that pracs are probably quite hard to come by, or these good quality pracs. How are we feeling now? Now the map's over, there was actually a really nice back and forth, and both sides have shown that they've got at least a really decent appetite for train that could be incorporated towards the map pools. How are you feeling after the map?
Look, I personally did feel like we could end up seeing a train decider, so I feel like this felt like a decider-esque map to me. I wasn't entirely happy with what Tyloo put forward. Obviously, you know, they were much more put together than Rare Atom was overall, but you still have to rely on, you know, rounds like the Jamyoung clutches, rounds like, you know, this crazy G double kill that we just get to see the highlight of as well. It's things like this which I would hope when you're going up against a team like Rare Atom, which has effectively a 5-map map pool, train is not one of them, you should just dust them if you're picking it.
Okay.
I mean, the big thing, though, about the way that they set up some of these Jamyoung clutches was that someone was very clearly serving as bait so that Jamyoung could clutch. It wasn't as if it was, oh, well, I'm in a vacuum and I need to win this round. Jamyoung certainly did have his moments, but it did feel like it was still tailored for him to succeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, round scores at the end there. 13-10 to kickstart things for Tyloo. So continuing with this trend here, T-Tam, about how Tyloo have been just, even as by the finals margins, the better side in this head-to-head at the moment. And now we're heading towards map number 2. And, you know, we look at this as an opportunity for Rare to bounce back, but Tyloo had a lot to like at the moment. And, you know, you take a look at the scoreboard here as well. Across the board, you're seeing big names step up, and all the names that you really want to step up as well. Mosaic, Jamyoung, Mercury. You highlighted these three, T-Time, and once again, they showed up in a really great way.
I'm overjoyed, honestly. I just want this trio to continue performing across the entire tournament. Asia's never been like an AWPing heaven anyway. It's always been about the rifles, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, absolutely. On the flip side as well, Yumi, great to see from Child King, right? Still absolutely flying, still looking great. And you guys were seeing it just at the end of the desk there as well. Need a little bit more out of the people like the Lee Hangs, who were fantastic previously. Somebody, also names that we've been bringing up quite a lot as well, who were okay, but we need these more kind of heavy numbers elements from them if they really want to take down a side like Tyloo.
I think outside of the CT rounds from somebody, it did feel like his impact was fairly limited. You know, outside of Child King, you know, getting these crazy flanks, these double kills, it kind of paled in comparison versus the more, I guess, comfortable hands like Jamyoung on Tyloo.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, MVP for Jamyoung. No real surprises there as well. A guy who continues to step up, and I think it really feels like now he's not calling. We can actually see Jamyoung at his finest. When he was in the IGL role, it felt like we lacked that oomph from him, it felt.
Now that he knows his bridges are burnt as well, this is where he's here to stay.
Also, what? He's putting up a heart, but he's stone-faced. There's no enthusiasm behind this.
I like your hands more anyway.
Fantastic, 18-14, 88 ADR from him, of course. We always look towards Jamyoung on the start. He's like to step up and put numbers up, and he does, right? But it's not even just the numbers, it's the way in which he creates space, the way in which he helps on the team. Like you said, he's been set up, given a lot of resources in a lot of these rounds, and making it look effortless at times. Apart from when he lost that clutch against Kaze, you can still see the experience coming through on that ace side, which was sick. So, all in all, a good map. Train out the way. We now focus attention on towards map number 2 as well, for Rare Atom to bounce back. What are the feelings? Do you think Rare Atom, especially if it is a Child King only performance at times, do you think they have enough in them to take down a side like Tyloo?
God, I mean, the thing is, like, I saw enough from the way that they were being aggressive on this map, and I actually fully expect that Rare Adam would have only come in with very minimal preparation for a train. So coming into this head-to-head, everybody would have been prepping very heavy. Just that I think this was enough of a curveball that it threw Rare Adam off balance enough that Tyloo squeaked through.
Here's my issue, right? Is that I didn't like the Tyloo train pick. You know, I was very vocal about that. I also don't like the Rare Adam Inferno pick. I thought Rare Adam should have probably leaned into an Ancient or something like this. Tyloo in these past few days have actually been very, very good on Inferno. If you look back towards their games versus Invision especially, that they've recently been playing, it's a map that they somehow always seem to eke out. Jamyong and Mercury are incredible on this map, and G, this is one of the few maps where I'm like, he will be pretty stable, and I unfortunately can't say the same for Kaze when he's going up against the top team.
See, I thought it was going to be more of an angle that Inferno would be the decider, because I mean, Tyloo like picking the map. It's not, I mean, you know, we're not moving into foreign waters, so to speak.
I'm just surprised Rare Adam picked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, map number 2 is coming up next. It's going to be Inferno up to see whether Rare Adam can respond. We do have that HS as a decider. It's not the end of the world just yet, but for now, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, it's map number 2 up next. We'll be back with a desk. We'll see you all very, very soon.
I'm Vexa and I play for Team FlyQuest. I started gaming when I was around 5. My dad just had a PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and he was just playing games on it. And then Counter-Strike sort of crept in when I was about probably 10 years old or 11 years old. And a lot of my friends moved to Counter-Strike, and I was just like, I guess I'll start playing it. But I only started taking it serious when I was about 16 or 17 when I dropped out of school. And yeah, that's when I made it my full focus. So in the Australian scene, I was always one of like 2 or 3 of like the youngest players in the region. But I'd say I had a lot of hype around my name domestically. I'd say when I was about 16 or 17 is when I realized I could be a tier 1 player. So I just decided to put school on hold and focus on CS. And yeah, that's what I did, and ended up joining Greyhound and then with FlyQuest. So last year we won a tournament, DreamHack Atlanta, and that was the first tournament an Australian team has won in a very long time internationally. So I think that's really set the expectations for our goals, and it really gave us a taste of, I guess, what winning is like at an international level, and it just showed us what we really want. We've travelled a long way to get here, and we're looking to do Australia proud.
他们正常发挥吧，因为他们肯定硬实力上面要比我们强。我感觉今天发挥都挺好的吧，不管是 KK 啊、QQ God 啊、露露啊，他们打的都挺好的。可以爆弹假骗一下，然后从大部队从黑屋主动出击，抓对面一个措手不及吧，堵黑屋的人，然后拿下这个击杀之后，就全面控制底线附近，然后就做一些对枪，赢得对枪的话，这把就赢了。 他们当 CT 的时候，对中路的控制欲望不是很强吧？然后说，对于我们来说，后期中路的话还是比较好控的。我们第一时间有一名选手跳 B 小嘛，跳 B 小击杀掉对面送出中路的队员之后，中路没有动静 ，H 也没有动静，那他拱门的人出来之后，把整条中路控制下来，然后必须他们开始做一波的时候，马上反应过来，对面大部队都是在 B， 要在 B 区结束，那我们就。 全部往必须压过去，然后在那边长枪打小枪，用枪械优势就可以拿下这一分。当时就是他在黑屋里嘛，然后我们这时候1打3，我们把黑屋淹上了，然后这个时候是一个必须住着后面的包，我们一个有血的队员去拆包了，然后这时候我选择了去混烟，尝试就是抓他这个穿这个拆包。 CT 的 timing 去击杀他，他正好是穿完一梭子，切了一把 Take 9， 然后小心了我这个点，把我冲进去找他的人给换掉了，然后他把子弹换好，我们第二个队友也没有冲进去补他，然后被他把拆包的 CT 混死，那这局就没了。主要还是我们自己这个交流失误上太多了，他们就是年纪轻啊，然后说句实话。 经验方面肯定是欠缺的，然后个人能力的话也没达到自己最好的状态吧，现在还有很大的成长空间吧。所以对他们来说，我希望就是他们要多听我的，多听我们的，然后给的意见要快速吸收，然后进步速度要更快，自己也要努力吧。
Well, map number 2 up now. It's Inferno next for us, fellas. And we look towards this map. They haven't actually played it in a while against each other. Last time they did, though, it was a 13-9 to Rare Atom. T, how are we feeling heading in towards map number 2? Do you think there's a chance of pushing it towards that decider?
Look, there's always a chance between these two teams, even on train and whatnot. It really doesn't matter. But at the same time, I do edge this out towards G in the head-to-head versus Kaze. Again, I do actually edge this out very much to the rifling trio of Tyloo. I think we're going to see a better Lihang at the very least, and Child King will maintain performance. Those are both things to look forward to. But I expect that Somebody and Summer are still going to be a little bit less than relevant.
I think Somebody is actually going to be still a bit of a nuisance on this map. You know, you think about him on the T sides, the way that he can so fearlessly run through utility or try and take these aggressive timings. He is somebody that actually could serve as a massive difference maker, more so than Child King, because I think Child King will put up good numbers, but I'm thinking about just that entry impact, because Inferno is one of those maps where you lose those first couple duels on a bomb site, sometimes you are just saving a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Yumi, I want to get your thoughts on this AWP head-to-head, right? It has been a big conversation point that we've kind of consistently coming back when we talk about Kaze. A player with a hell of a lot of experience, but not always the numbers that you want out of your primary AWP. And G, especially the way he started towards train, was absolutely flying. There wasn't really too much of a comparison. So, you know, Inferno is a map that does lean to an AWP that likes to get a little proactive, likes to take those fights, take duels, which is more into kind of in tune with G's style. Do you think, in that sense, Kaze is really going to struggle?
I think for me, unfortunately, Kaze in these head-to-heads typically actually does kind of shy away, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes to playing his ex-teammates, it does feel as though he lacks that confidence, understanding that his style of play is something that they're so familiar with that maybe he doesn't feel as confident to take those fights. So I think it plays more into that angle versus just the stylistic differences between G and Kaze, because both those styles of AWPing actually can be very successful.
Yeah, Kaze seems to be incredibly aware of like underdogs versus favorite, and he doesn't actually try and upset the favorite, right? You know, you look out towards your international scene and you look at players like maybe, you know, your Dexters and whatnot who like to quote-unquote rise to the challenge. Kaze very much will just sit back and say, well, you know what, I'm just going to make sure I don't lose this the round, but he definitely won't win it for you either.
Yeah, I guess like another worthwhile point is talking about the calling, right? You know, you've got a bit more, safe to say, of an experience in the side of Rare Atom side, a bit more of an age side who have played a lot more years under their belt, but there's a lot more, I guess, talent is probably the way to word it over towards Tyloo. How does a Rare Atom side break down Tyloo when it doesn't require incredible numbers?
I think you need to deal with Jamyong in the apartment somehow.
Yeah.
You know, that's the major. I mean, it's one of the three major lanes on the map where if you can't establish that control and set that precedent, then it's going to be very difficult for them to establish basically any control within this map, because Tyloo are going to disrespect some of the timings. They are going to try and look for some of these flanks and effectively try and isolate Child King as best as possible. But that's where, you know, that little head-to-head could be quite interesting. Jamyong versus Child King, these two sort of major pillars that the Chinese scene has had for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess as well, you know, there's something that Yumi, you've touched on, but I want to get your thoughts. You know, we need a little bit more out from Rare Atom in the rest of the rifling core. We still get that Child King performance, but everything else has been a little quieter. But let's get into the action. Inferno up next. It's map number 2 here to see whether Rare Atom can stay alive in the series.
El Clasico must be extended as we move forward. Rare Atom hoping to retrieve their own map pick after a loss on train that felt like was somewhat still up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely some things wanting there for Tyloo, but they were able to close. Rare Atom definitely putting more on the table than I was expecting, given that train curveball. We'll even speak to the Chinese commentators about it. They were also as surprised as we were. So good to know that we're all in the same boat about that one.
Veto's transcend language.
Yeah, well, Sometimes a little challenging.
It is a 4-man setup from Tyloo out here with the A-bomb side. Rare Atom are mirroring it in a lot of ways, but the bomb is yet to commit. Double sets of util. Could be a pump fake. But with 2 players coming in through boiler, it will not be easy to take down attack over here. He is maintaining position. Inches backwards, but he still plays for information, and now Rare Atom will be going in for the full commitment. Tyloo dodge out, but they're worried about a flank to come in through apartments. Mercury good for the one, but Jam Young is somehow allowed to fire back. Somebody taken down, and it will not be a brackets penetration without blood being spilt in the Rare Atom camp. Jam Young, in the meanwhile, you said he was a problem child in the apartments. I think you were right.
Yeah, he will be a key figure, unfortunately, for Rare Atom, and Jam Young it's not been a slouch so far in this series. Tyloo have won all the pistols so far in this series, and it's looking like this will be a 3rd added to the tally.
Mercury is in a very good position over here as well, and as he's going to be bumping in the smoke, it is going to be Child King to reveal position. Mercury, he's playing with death, and he will have it delivered eventually. Child King, even the reload comes through. Attacker given an opportunity, which he will quickly make use of.
Yeah, a little slow on the uptake there for Attacker. Heard the reload, but wasn't certain that that was happening. But yeah, catches Child King before he's even ready for the next duel. So that's 3 for 3 in pistols here for Tyloo. And, you know, we consider how close that train was. It did seem like that also could have been a conversation we could have had about a difference maker within that first map.
I mean, even there, though, the T-side pistol, Jam Young just got the incredible 2 versus 4 performance with him and Mercury.
Yeah. Now, I didn't disregard that. It was just simply, they still want it. He's
just good, man.
Yeah, they are good.
And for Rare Atom, they are hoping to prevent the conversion.
Yeah, go in with a full force buy, and they don't use any util early, so they'll wait out that first wave. Smoke towards long as well, just to feign some brackets pressure, but Tyloo still maintains some control through short.
That's a really deep smoke. Makes it a little bit easier to actually come through it in a lot of ways, because Mercury, rather Mosaic, will not be able to fully contest. Jam Young reveals his position as well.
They can also permeate to T steps. Currently, there's no one on Rare Atom that can actually cover that avenue. So it's something they'll have to consider even after that smoke fades.
Molotov to spread, but Mosaic will not be affected by it. They were not able to clear out the deep logs angle, and with another smoke used now. Banana at least is going to be off limits. Rare Atom have now used most of their util, as they will be looking to climb out of the apartments. Kaze's last flashbang is supposed to be helping them. A deep grenade will be catching him, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be a reroute back in toward G's position. G gets one. Liang is still trying to close the distance, but with Kaze now being caught out, the flashbang will not really matter. Mercury backstab. G is still alive. He's the only one on this A-bomb side. He might be the only one needed. 3 big kills. Cannot prevent the bomb from being planted in close range. These Tex and Max can be a bit more threatening.
And they don't have kits here on the side of Tyloo, so they'll have to go on an earlier timing. They'll hope that Mosaic can lead the way with this MP9.
Kaze could theoretically get the flank up, but he doesn't fully commit to it. Long range, Mach 10 versus the MP9. It will be the MP9 to come out on top, and with Jam Young to finish off Kaze's life, a quick scare will be dissuaded.
Yeah, and they recover the rifles as well, so the important pieces are collected here for Tyloo. They keep 3 afloat, and even though we're out to get that plant in, the force buy finds little success. Some good early fighting, and we're seeing the aim is looking sharp. I mean, just even the positional play there from G felt very strong. Even if it left players isolated, G did enough to compensate back.
I'm really surprised he was able to get those 3 kills. I felt like the Tech 9's close range, especially Lihang's position, should have been able to take him down.
But maybe some early signs of concern for them, given how hectic these rounds have ended up becoming. You know, players jumping out of the apartments, the short players having to turn around consistently in these back-to-back rounds. Maybe just seeing how they might be able to address that. Hope that it's not something that's further exploited by Rare Atom. Because if that's a consistent thread, then they'll go for a lot more apps bursts, I think it's fair to say.
Not too much of an investment coming out from Rare Atom, but they come in with a punch.
Yeah, just with the bomb plant money, just getting themselves an upgraded pistol.
Probably not going to see Banana contested until the gun rounds are featuring.
There's a fully armored buy as well for our Adam, so it's a half commitment, but it's just the fact they have no one that's taken the knee and invested in flashes or smokes. Sure, these techs can be dangerous, but when they're coupled with utility, that's where they're at their most lethal.
Attacker will not be flashed up. He's set up for success. For now, it's all about just keeping Rare Atom from swarming you down. Somebody could actually start to position forward. Mercury has looked away, so if you want to try and get a quick pop through onto short with Eagles to try and play as distraction, that is certainly possible. Attacker will be watching out for it, I'm sure. But time is running down.
They hear the singeing on the Molotov as well, so they know that there's a player inside of the apartments.
It's given up. The Dragon Attacker is ready to dance his tune any day of the week. Nicest looking lineup I've seen in a while.
That couldn't have been more perfect. I mean, he broke off of the boost, and they just happened to all line up for that spray. He was worried about saving his own life, and then suddenly he's like, wait, I could just deal with the threat myself.
Now Rare Atom comes through with a rail buy. Featuring themselves, hopefully taking a little bit of banana control. I'd like to see that. Obviously, so far, not really any reason to do so. Now Child King comes through, immediately disrespects the smoke. It's going to be a 3-man setup, lots of grenades, lots of damage, and Child King immediately taken out. Jamyang not done yet. Reads it perfectly. And Rare Atom, their first contest on the B-bomb side is going to be delivering in spades.
Yeah, well, he actually wasn't too certain about a player at the logs, but he's just happy that the early volley of util did enough damage to Summer there. So good aggressive control in from Tai Lu, and there will be an attempt to compensate somehow on Rare Atom. They do get their hands on the apartments, but even in these rounds where they've had control of this, again, they're often working in deficits, or it still doesn't feel as though there's enough available utility-wise to make use of it in an effective way. And they know that this prospect of a deep banana push, potential flank timing that Tai Lu could hit is a growing concern. So they'll throw some util over towards A, but there's still so much blocking util available for Tai Lu.
Molotov will not be spreading out to Jamyang. Last time they missed it out on logs. This time it will be missed out on Broom. Rare Atom keep flipping coins and wondering, man, this is supposed to be a 50-50.
There's still another smoke on Mosaic, another Molotov that they can throw as well. So Rare Atom will get through to the bottom of Banana, but they'll be met by more smokes, more grenades that can stop Rare Atom from progressing.
You might just want to save it.
Yeah, it honestly feels like that's kind of their best bet in this round.
I hate being the one to ask for it, but it is the only reasonable request to be made.
It's just when you try and break through at 30 seconds and you're met by another smoke, your chances are not very good.
And great round from Tai Lu once again on the CT side. And this was one of the things that sort of Neo was alluding to about, potentially a calling difference. And you look out towards a team like Rare Atom and you're saying, well, veterans, and, they've been, Inferno has always been a map they've liked so much. The thing is, from literally the first time I've seen these guys play it, Mercury and Mosaic have always been the most comfortable making individual decisions on Inferno CT side. And it always felt like if you're going to be transitioning Mercury to that IGL spot, I would have been amazed if we didn't continue to see him, being able to successfully call some interesting things out, especially on that defensive side.
Yeah, in the early days when they were still Rare Atom, I mean, yeah, you're right. This was the map that they took to water with very quickly. It didn't feel like they struggled to swim in this environment.
Attacker is going to be swimming home. Liang gets 2? What? Somebody's also in hot pursuit. It's going to be number 3. If there's a way to take over a bomb site, that might be it.
Well, this didn't feel like it reeked of tactical prowess, but I mean,
hey.
A lovely double kill there from Liang.
You wanted them to get kills in apartments?
Yeah, and by God, they did it. Just not expecting it like that.
Wow. I mean, once upon a time, it was Summer who used to be told, Summer, go kill. He has now passed it on. Liang, it is you who will go kill.
I feel like Is Li Hang not good at following instructions then? Because he doesn't, he's not often, popping off per se. It's somebody that's often doing it.
Somebody just steals that message. Did someone say go kill?
You weren't specific. You didn't say Li Hang's name, so I'll do it myself. Well, that was an incredibly fast round, the fastest we've had so far in this series.
G feels hard done by.
Well, the entire setup broke down in the opening 20.
Rare Atom get themselves on the board, something that so far, unfortunately, Summer has not been able to do.
That was just off of the default as well. It's not as though they were building towards anything. They find a gap after the 2 kills, and of course you're going to continue strolling into that side of the map.
Tyloo once again start off 3 players on this B-bomb side, and early on they want to try and fight for a retake, potentially through a flashbang from Mercury. With Apartment's control basically being fully established, Rare Atom are in a good position to try and fight for A, but the problem could be Jamyang, which, to be fair, is a statement that is eternally true. Now, Jamyang backs off. Tyloo want to make this a call to fully rotate and stack up into the A-bomb site. There's a 10-second window for Rare Atom to go, and it is now. But the Incendiary starts to make things even more complicated. G will find it. First kill, refacing is certainly an option, but the flashbang takes it away from him. And now as they will be scrolling into short, they immediately turn back. Now that bomb is spotted and dropped. Mosea doesn't manage to do it himself, but Mercury through the smoke will be able to assist. Tyloo have the advantage, but it is going to be the B-bomb side that is being experimented with. Perhaps if Child King can lay claim to that territory, he's got a smoke to be able to block off CT as well. This could be a fantastic rotation.
Yeah, Jamyang pulled himself away from this B-bomb site, hoping to catch a player that had slipped through spawn, through that smoke, and so it leaves this bomb site completely unguarded, and now they'll realize they're out of position. Sure, they're a man up, but this will be a free plant available here for Rare Atom.
And there isn't fantastic retake utility, but Attacker's Molotov could be a big difference maker. The question is, does Jamyang end up getting fought up in through coffins instead? Rare Atom are taking aggressive positions, but not all the way back to coffins. They're more concerned about Banana, a deep grenade out to Newbooks. That Molotov still unused. And with the smoke actually cordoning off somebody, this could go very poorly for them. Flashes, dodge, second one hits, but Child King will buy Li Hang enough space to continue fighting back. Child King is buying Li Hang an advantage. What can this man not purchase? This round looked fantastic for Tyloo, but Jamyang abandoning the B-bomb side ends up leaving Rare Atom a pathway back in.
Yeah, I mean, they were really expecting to come away with those early kills towards Arches, but once there were smokes down for both the Moto swing into long as well as the Arches itself, they had to be very, very concerned about a player permeating through spawn, and instead of one player going to investigate and potentially giving away that man advantage, they just looked to cordon it off, and it's ultimately the wrong decision, given how spread Rare Atom still were with Child King working that extremity.
Deep scope from G will give them the early advantage. That's the exact kind of play you're looking for from the young Opper.
Those types of peaks will feel like a rarity when we switch sides for Kaze. Far more familiar with playing in like the long and short range angles, common fallback paths. Far more by-the-book defensive style AWPing. But it's nice to see that G is willing to spark affairs. It's a three-man banana hold here for Tyloo.
And Kaze could be the one to actually take it apart.
It's the fact that that Molotov went behind them and they were kind of undeterred because they knew they had the manpower to maintain control top banana.
Tyloo have been really good about having that control for the first minute or so, using their smokes really effectively, and G, who gave them the early advantage, is about to be given another duel over here. Deep nade, oh my god, that's going to destroy them.
Yeah, Kaze takes a lot of damage for that.
And now as they start to scale up into the A-bomb side, Attacker fully blinded, but it's going to be his HE that finds the first kill. Mercury and Attacker are going to be holding down the line, making it look easy.
Yeah, a blistering crossfire. I mean, they saw that long smoke, they pulled that extra player over, this transit to the bomb site. And sure, the initial volley of flashes seemed to catch Tyloo, but there was another player right beside. And so Rare Adam runs straight into the meat grinder.
Despite the rounds that Rare Adam are able to collect, you also look back at them. You know, the first one, the 3 entries pretty much on the A-bomb side doesn't feel replicable.
A vacant B-bomb side.
Yeah. We haven't seen Rare Atom successfully create an advantage that can lead into a round win. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, not crafted. You know, it's kind of happened, but... I'd like to see them create these opportunities for themselves. I think you're absolutely right. It feels like Tyloo are able to explore options just because they've been very successful in finding opening duels, whether it's been, you know, G or these early fights towards Banana via Jamyoung. But far more contained are Tyloo this time.
G makes a lot of noise backing off over there. Where I don't think they have a timing because of it, and they're right. The thing is, they're not really feeling comfortable enough to actually go forward and go for this full sort of contact style of play that we know that sometimes, you know, players like somebody and whatnot like to go for.
Yeah, but there was a window where they could have found a gap, but now that Jamyoung has made his way over, all they were doing was swapping his and G's position.
I mean, Jamyoung only has an MP9 though, Michael. This is not the weapon for the job, but maybe it can do it anyway. The little SMG that could.
It's far from ideal, but that weapon packs a punch.
Let's see if it's a package that can be delivered, though. 25 seconds, HE on attacker. This is going to be a full brawl on the A-bomb side. Kaze good for the first, and Mercury is gone. Spinning between angles. Kaze will be able to find him as well. And Jamyoung is punching away the little SM Jam that could, Michael.
It's not just the MP9. It's the fancy footwork that Jamyoung implements the whole clip. Dances round that bomb site, pirouettes right past the attack of Rare Adam.
Wow. And sure, Kaze misses a shot, but he's hit 2 of those before. He's got an entire team scaling into the bomb site with him.
Also, an AWPer versus a headshot angle, it's far from
this weird verticality.
Yeah, it's not a great fight.
Rare Atom feel like even the windows they find, those are quickly shut down on their hands, their fingers taken off. Child King will at the very least be able to deal with Danger Man. Back out to Banana.
Oh, Molly does get missed towards top Banana. It could have served to slow things down here for Rare Atom. But a blocking smoke, just as there's one that blooms towards CT, but it has created a wall, a weird pathway where, you know, players on Rare Atom could actually slip in through spawn.
They would have heard where Mosaic threw the smoke from, but the flashbang, great timing with the grenade as well, popping open the CT smoke. Mosaic and Attacker put their minds together and leave somebody high and dry. 7-2 as Tyloo. Simply do not lose.
You know what? I'm actually fine if Rare Adam start to play a little bit more spread and a little bit more default heavy, because when they've tried to go for these more set piece rounds, they're getting destroyed. They're getting blistering. They're just getting absolutely rinsed, thrown into a shredder.
Look at their faces. They know it as well. It's really been 2 rounds so far where they've actually been able to find an advantage in a conventional setup. You know, in terms of what you're talking about, the last round and this one, they've lost them both.
And the one round that they have been able to win off of it, they throw all this util over towards A, they find themselves at a man deficit, and they go B instead, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, at the moment, it doesn't feel like the target they're actually focused on ends up being the right objective by the end, because you see how fast Tyloo are to try to reinforce that bomb site. And if you're not bringing util out of the hands of Tyloo early, they'll have that to blow open smokes, to flash in on the rotate. Resource management for Tyloo has been sublime, actually.
Speaking of resource management, it feels like Tyloo are managing Rare Atom's resources as well.
Jamyoung thought there was a rifle around the corner. He dropped his M4 and realized that Child King only had a Tech 9.
Which might be better than an M4 at that range, to be fair.
The map just feels so restricted right now for Rare Atom, especially on a buy that lacks the extra stopping power. Sure, Li Hang and somebody are well equipped.
G is going to be able to just speed forward, and the Molotov reveals position, but he misses his shot, Li Hang. Could this be a window? Doesn't feel like an attacker. Immediately refrags. And with Jamyang left alone to cover off this B bomb site, Mosaic can feel also safe in just focusing down on his angle. Never had to think about a rotate, never had to think about a player coming from the side. This is an impenetrable defense from Tyloo.
It just looks controlled. I mean, it really does feel as though Tyloo don't feel that stressed. Even in these more chaotic circumstances, they have so much faith that the players are showing up enough. And sure, we had that heroic round from Jamyang, the 4K on the MP9 to pistol, but they have the extra players in position very frequently. They are reading Rare Atom well in this first half.
And Summer continues to suffer both in calling and in fragging. 0 and 9.
Yeah, and we're not getting that same Child King double kill stopping power. We're not getting the somebody shenanigans either. The weapons of Rare Atom feeling blunted on Inferno.
Meanwhile, Tyloo are sharp enough to slice air.
Easy to sharpen on Dragon Scale, I'd assume. I don't know what the density of these atoms are.
Let's not start splitting the atoms, though. G holds back. Does not commit to the fight around short. He knows he's got numbers. No reason to.
I mean, with this mounting pressure, though, it's very likely Tyloo try to re-aggress in the next 15 seconds.
Tyloo are trying to move back over towards the B bomb set because they realize how much utility Rare Atom still have. They are gambling. They are saying, hey, they should be afraid of us on A.
But look at what G's up to.
They're right. G has missed another chance. But the bomb, it's not moved. Unfortunately for Tyloo, they have. That one death leads them to rotate back in. Jamyang is in the most Molotov position on this B bomb site, but they have not deployed it despite them having possession of 2. Attacker finds 1. He's playing distraction, and it's going to be Jamyang coming into play. 2 massive. Has got utility. They had the resources, but greed is a terrible fiend.
And it felt like both sides were greedy in this round. Tyloo were trying to cheat that rotate to B. G was trying to solo clear for short. They wanted information on brackets. That's why I said that 15-second timer was going to be important for Tyloo, but they move those rotates before they need to. And in doing so, they get caught on the wrong side of the map. Rare Atom have every opportunity on that B bomb site, but then from the shadows, as always, Jamyang strikes to steal the round away.
It's a full 5 versus 5 there.
Yeah.
I mean, 5 versus 4, sure, but you know where G just died. You know this is not going to be an empty B bomb site. Maybe expecting him to be playing back in Coffin, playing like a deep CT angle, but all expectations do not matter. You have given up your opportunity to fight for 4. And Tyloo right now, at the bare minimum, have 9.
I think the disappointing part for them is that they actually picked the weekend bomb site.
Yeah.
They just, yeah, like you said, they had the Molotovs, they had resources, they could have used it to help make their lives a little easier, especially when they couldn't afford for any sort of error with the time running low. A dismal first half here for Rare Atom. Child King already starting this round on 10 HP. Bombarded by utility. It is hardly an ideal way to start for one of your stars. But Rare Atom looking a little flat. A little info play there for Attacker as well. Does so independently and will take his solo duel. Another time where Tyloo have lost that fight towards short with still time to spare for Rare Atom to make their move.
Maybe 3 can still be respectable. Somebody.
Yeah, the gap won't last long. Good kill for G. Jamyoung there to pick up the pieces. They've been trying to permeate through those apartments a number of times. It's G inside of the bomb site alongside Jamyoung, but somebody got out of apartments straight into mini pit. G now putting up a fight from the backside of the bomb site, and running through the smoke is Mosaic. The transfer, nearly an absolute thing of beauty. But now somebody low enough, trapped inside of pit with 29 seconds. It's a one-on-one where Mosaic has his number. The Shadow will give up the game, and it will be 10 for Tyloo in defense of Rare Adam's pick.
Where will you hide? Wherever you go, you find Jamyoung, you find G, now you find Mosaic there as well. Rare Atom feel like they've always had a noose around their neck, and it keeps on getting tighter.
There was just an incredible urgency throughout that half from Tyloo. You saw how fast that they were rotating, how quickly they were trying to read ahead of the play, and so frequently were they correct in their call. The few anomalies, the few moments that felt like they had somehow been duped, been hoodwinked. There's only one round that we can look to on Rare Adam that they could actually convert from. The small advantages, the positional changes that Rare Adam had, the late round finishes that could have been, were all disrupted, it felt like, primarily by Jamyoung.
And for Rare Atom, they didn't have the firepower of a star player. They didn't have the calling of a great IGL who's able to just solve everything. They didn't have the experience. They didn't have the veterancy. Late round situations were being lost and comms were being unclean, messy. This is a team caught it like a deer in headlights. And unfortunately for them, Tyloo are driving a monster truck.
Yeah, they feel like they've come in a little ill-equipped. I wasn't sure if, you know, they were thrown off by the train pick. I'm sure they were in the veto process, but I expected more from Rare Adam in this selection. This
honestly, if you lose a map 10 to 13, which you feel like you've been thrown off, I probably feel pretty good going into the next one.
Genuinely, it could have been much worse, but somehow their selection in this series, well, it pales in comparison.
And Tyloo just looked so good on Inferno in recent times. This is why I was concerned about it. It wasn't even a perfect game from them, right? I mean, we see them make some poorer decisions on rotations that aren't punished. We see them missing a couple of shots at times as well. You know, Rare Adam had their chances, but those chances were so slim. Because Tyloo, when they make a mistake, they're so quick to rectify. I mean, that's the urgency you're talking about, right? Faster rotate, no hesitance to go to a smoke if they need to. Great coordination, even if they're completely underneath fire. You look back towards that one round on the B bomb site where Mosaic is able to perfectly time his flash with the HE pop through and whatnot as well. Rare Adam, I mean, Tyloo just was on the same wavelength with better firepower. What could Rare Adam even do?
Yeah, and it felt like there were a number of rounds where Adam actually were getting an opening advantage as well. They were punishing some of these aggro plays in through short, and sure they were getting caught by them as well in a fair few rounds. But it is a sad marker for them on this T side that they weren't able to convert on those advantages. They had open opportunities, and it just felt like each and every time they were stricken away. So far, when they've been on this stage, all they've had to really deal with were the teams within the closed qualifier, and they breezed through it. It felt like they were, I mean, easily the best team in that closed qualifier. We understood that going in, but they demonstrated it as well. Now that Tyloo are here, now that there's sterner competition, Rare Adam are being taken down a peg. And maybe more than just one. Gonna need to see a real resurgence, especially from players like Child King, if there's to be a chance in this second half. They'll be staring down the barrel of defeat pretty much all the way through this defense.
Jamyoung spots out the first player. He might be expecting there to be fewer on this A-bomb site because of that early info gathering play. There's still 3. Kaze cannot get the fadeaway shot in. And as Tyloo look to close him down, it's Summer from the side who now reveals position. G still trades undeterred. That smoke giving them so much more space to fight in. And somebody's dualies have somehow been given too. Mercury and G left alone in the bomb site. Mercury flanked from behind. And Rare Atom have at least broken the streak of pistol rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the dualies there from somebody. Felt like the first kill came so easy, the second incredibly labored, but able to regain control. And had he not been able to, it felt like this round was going to spiral a little out of control. The pit player was going to get swarmed, apartments, Child King was already gushed. So somebody coming in with a lot of impact and doing far more than you would expect on that rotate. Force buy in from Tyloo. And with a lot of utility to boot. So early smokes towards the top of Banana. In through middle as well.
It is interesting to see the contrast between how Rare Atom are positioning already on their CT side compared to how Tyloo was, right? You know, Tyloo pretty much every single round made sure that Banana had to be a fight in terms of utility at the very least, if nothing else.
Yeah, against the Force buy though, they were still playing a little bit hesitant as well. They, you know, they tried to play distance, make use of the fact they have rifles.
But with 3 MP9s, it feels strange to see Rare Atom playing from this far back. Still always worrisome going into the techs. And that deal will be given the opportunity to come through over here. Re-smoke back out from somebody in Banana means that there's going to be 5 players in CT side very soon on A. Jamyang and Attack have already dealt with 2 of them. Mosea with number 3. And Summer, who cannot come through with a quick multi-kill, leaves somebody wanting. He came in for that fast rotation while the bomb's being planted. Will like to take the 1v1. Deep Smoke might actually be able to isolate another fight over here. Oh my god, he's found Mosea through the smoke. G-Sec9 is still the weapon for the job. He'll find the kill. Somebody makes it look possible, but unfortunately that early triple on the entry to the A site was just too much to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure that somebody actually knew where the plant was, because otherwise he would have been honed in on that position. He was looking deep inside of the site, maybe expecting it to be a default plant instead. I mean, he would have heard it planted right beside him, but you see him emerge out of that smoke just completely caught off by G's position.
Rare Atom will be back on the force fight, but it does feel like just dredging up whatever they can as they are stared down by the specter of defeat.
Somebody just priming a flash. Waiting to see if there's any contact made here from Tyloo, trying to break past that smoke. But they're fine to play it patient. They know as well that Rare Atom will be running on lightened resources as a result of winning the pistol, losing the subsequent round.
Rare Atom have vacated the A bomb site, and Tyloo feel like they can sense that possibility. They're leaving players behind to try and play in for a fake execute, but at the same time, somebody is already inside the CT smoke. While it starts to dissipate, that'll be the time when he starts to move forward as well. The 5-7 misses, but it will be able to get the quick kill. At the very least, one is found. Some are given information that you are likely going to be having opportunities to perform. You better not mess it up.
They're still walking. They're still creeping in through middle, and Summer's sitting inside of Boiler, waiting for his time to strike. He'll hear that util sail out, but it's instantly cleared from Attacker, and Attacker carves the path straight in towards this A bomb site. Last 2 players here from Rare Atom deeply out of contest for control, and even being subdued by G. An AK dropped at the bottom of middle, but that may be the only thing that Kaze can look to bring forward into the following round. Tyloo find themselves at 12.
It felt like for a second when Summer starts to go up the stairs in Boiler, maybe he'd have a chance to be fully overlooked. Unfortunately, he moved back in because he'd asked for the Deagle on short to come through and maybe set up a bit of a crossfire as well. And that timing just couldn't be hit. That was really the only chance for them to win this round.
This has been I mean, considering the good start we had to this series, was expecting a good back and forth here.
Especially on a map like Inferno, right? Like that's such a typical map between these 2 teams to go really hotly contested, clutches everywhere.
I mean, we saw some good clutches. We saw some good
multi-kills.
Just only one of them was delivering, yeah. Tyloo have had no reason to feel stressed here on Inferno. And I had hoped that this second half could be something we could sing the praises of Rare Atom for. You know, coming back, especially staring down that 10-2, and sure, they won the pistol, but that may be all they get here on this CT side. Some early aggression already implemented out from Jamyang. You can see that Rare Atom wanted to fight for that control around that saved AK. You see Li Hang took that deep peek, but he's already been pushed back.
Li Hang has immediately been set up for a boost, but Tyloo again have no reason to continue committing down B. If they want, they can just move back. They have lots of time to start exploring and maybe letting Mosea get a bit more control back to apartments as well. That seems like it's exactly what they'll do. Leave behind enough players to keep Rare Adam guessing. And they're guessing wrong. Kaze has rotated back to this B bomb set as well. But as soon as they'll hear that smoke out towards short, they start to wonder, oh my god, is this a lurk? Is this multiple players? What do we do? Where do we go?
Need some kind of information, but also they don't have a whole lot to try and make that work. They do have a decent setup towards this A bomb site. Now with 4 players looking to defend. One in the apartments, one in the pit. Mosea's already found Kaze out in the corner of arches. He can start to lean forward as well. And as Summer takes the peek at Child King left behind, the 5-7's double tap is sharp, sure, but he needed a lot more where that came from. Bomb might not be plantable. Somebody and Lihang do at least make a show of it, but it will be 13-3. Tyloo will take it away, and you have to be a little bit unfortunate to be a fan of Rare Adam in the audience right now. Not the performance you were hoping for at the end of the day. Michael, it's Death, Daxes, and Tyloo winning versus Rare Adam. Yeah, it felt as though there was a contest in that first map, but when it came to Inferno, Tyloo barely break a sweat. In fact, it felt like there were smiles across their faces each and every round because they just knew they were getting away with major multi-kills. They had the star power show up. They had the setups and the reads on Rare Adam throughout. If there was going to be any guarantee of a map within this series, it felt like it was Inferno, but Tyloo looked that much more prepared over Rare Adam.
Well, listen, at this point, Rare Adam might still have smiles on their faces as they think about their second life in the lower bracket, but that's still, you know, hugs being had, kisses on the cheeks. It might be ferocity on the server, but all for fit. They're all going to be fans of each other, aren't they? Still, I'm a fan of a man as well. It's Neo Guy who's going to be sitting right next to me. Neo, please speak now. I've had you quiet for all this map.
How can you not love G, man? I just, what a character, what a guy. What a game from him as well. He's kind of doing it all in and out of the server, winning our hearts, winning this game, and the fans very appreciative of it here in Yancheng. But what a game, again, right? You know, we said Inferno was maybe the chance of Rare Atom, and Tyloo, you could tell, well prepped, well versed, understood what they were coming up against and how to shut it down. That first half it was sheer dominance. Rare Atom just couldn't seem to set the tempo at all. Anytime they would try any set plays, anything to try and find a little bit of an advantage, immediately shut down. A lot of credit has to be given towards the way in which Tyloo approached this game. A complete lack of respect over towards Rare Atom, saying kind of internally in the way they were playing, we are just better. And I think now, Yumi, it's probably safe to say that this debate is settled about who is that number 2 right now. I think Rare Atom just couldn't find any momentum.
I really just think that it wasn't even about a lack of respect. I think Rare Adam didn't earn the respect. You know, they weren't drawing enough util out from their players very often. Tyloo often had flashes on rotates. They were at the HEs to blow open smokes. They had incendiaries to throw at the mouth of the bomb site. It really did feel as though Rare Adam just constantly were trying and poking and probing, but it was very resource light the entire time. So yeah, I mean, shout outs to the way that Tyloo played it. They played with a lot of confidence, they played with vigor, but they also understood that they could retain those resources for later round moments, and very frequently it paid off.
And T, you know, one guy that we were really missing, you know, we always big him up, but Child King, a little bit absent in towards Inferno, and it feels like a map that should lean in towards his style of play, and, you know, the resources he gets given in this side, but, man, he just could not get into it. Everything he was trying, falling very, very flat, and I think, obviously, a lot of credit has been given towards Tyloo, because they shut him down.
No, yes, absolutely, but I just think that this was just Tyloo looking dominant. Yeah. Really, Child King could not do anything. You'd have to be a ridiculous player to be able to get kills in situations where, you know, if he wants to start off over towards Banana, Tyloo's protocols on Banana were incredible. Rare Adam would, I don't think they got it a single time within the first 40 seconds or so if Tyloo were trying to contest it. Then on the other side, if you're trying to go back towards the A-bomb side again, Tyloo never gave up brackets control. Tyloo was fighting for brackets as late as like 45 seconds in. Child King, if he wants to play that sort of mid-round when somebody's already potentially gotten a kill or two, or, you know, made some chaos in the map, that's when Child King is doing his best work. Where was the chaos on the map? There wasn't any.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And, you know, one thing that is really indicative of how badly things were going for Rare Atom is actually they were getting quite a few opening kills, Yumi, and they just couldn't seem to capitalize on the numbers advantage. I mean, we took a look at the scoreboard here as well. Attacker, G, all flying flying towards top end. Jamie Mercury and Mosaic all having their moments too. I mean, that rifling core that we kind of touted wasn't really called upon that much just because everybody was having their moments. But for Rare Atom, it just, for me, from watching it, just really felt like they had opportunities, had advantages at times, and just couldn't use them effectively.
Yeah, and I honestly, listen, I understand Attacker has 17 kills, but I have to say, Jam Young on some of these heartbreaking multi-kills that he got, he's like the spiritual MVP for this map, almost certainly. I mean, he came in with the 4K, the late round double kill. Those were like the best chances Rare Atom had basically all map long on that T side, and Jam Young's just simply a heartbreaker.
Yeah, and really honestly could have at least flipped the momentum a little bit, given it a bit more of an even half. But, you know, in the end, their Attacker, 17-11, 180 RT. Tell me about this guy.
Look, he was just really good on the A-bomb side, and considering that Rare Atom could never actually fight for B, this was the only player who was going to be picking up all the numbers, right? And I don't want to take credit away from him, but it did feel like he's getting easier duels, and of course, credit to him, he's getting lots of multi-kills and whatnot as well. But the reason why he's getting easier duels is because there's like people rotating in all the time. Look at how many times Talu is able to rotate in towards that A-bomb side, try and play off of Attacker and whatnot as well. And Attacker plays that to perfection, all the credit out to him, but this was really such a strategical masterclass from Talu. I think tactically, it was a terrible miscalculation for Rare Atom to allow Inferno through, not in the decider, but in their own map pick.
So I guess proposing this question, now we can sit here with the benefit of hindsight. Where would you have liked for Atom to go in that Veto? Now that we know that Inferno maybe isn't the pick, what would you have liked to swing into instead?
I really wanted this to be an ancient pick, to be honest, coming out, right? I know that Talu is good on that too, but it feels like a map where all of their players individually can take more of their own duels, and they're not as, you know, calling dependent, especially on that CT side, right? That's what I wanted to see coming out from this Rare Atom camp, to allow Child King and somebody to be able to be enabled in ways that aren't dependent on their teammates.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's weird because I almost feel like I wanted either Talu or Rare Atom to pick into an Anubis. I think it's actually a map that's pretty hotly contested between them. I know that, and speaking to the Chinese commentators, I was reminded the fact that, yeah, Talu have lost recently to Lin Vision on the map, right? So it's maybe something that has lost confidence for them. But if I think about the Rare Atom wins over Talu, especially in the early days where they were figuring out their in-game leading system, I don't necessarily think they've always improved on that map, and somebody's also a menace on Anubis.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to throw it over towards the stage. We've got into, I'm secretly hoping that it is G off the back of that. We know he does some pretty iconic interviews recently. Before we head in towards game number 2, it's Nomads at FlyQuest. For now, Baseline J and Veracity are over on the stage.
There we have it, Talu walking away with yet another victory. G, congratulations to you and the team. But every other time you faced off against Rare Atom, on Inferno in particular, you've lost that map. So what are some key things that you learned before coming into this series?
小将，首先恭喜获得胜利啊！那你们之前几次面对 RA， 你们在小镇这张图感觉都输了，是不是？但是今天有什么改变呢？
感谢。然后今天是我们第一次在 Inferno 这张地图上赢 RA， 就是这张图也算是我们的一张强图吧。但是我们今天并没有把它作为首选地图来去选择它，因为我们知道 RA 这张图也很强。然后呢，我们是做了一些准备，就知道他们的火车可能不算是他们的那种很强的地图，然后就针对他们的弱点去选择他们地图。然后第一次在 Inferno 上战胜 RA， 感觉很开心吧，破除心魔了。
Yeah, so this was actually our first time beating Rare Atom on Inferno. Inferno is actually a pretty strong team for us, but we knew that it's a very strong team for them as well, so we just let them pick Inferno, and we knew that we could exploit them on the train pick. And I think that we broke our curse on Inferno against RA, so I'm super happy today.
Speaking more about that, you know, the entire Veto process, why was it that you picked into train? Was it to throw them off completely? Because regionally, in China, nobody really favors picking into train.
再聊一下这个火车这个选图，你们选火车是不是就是有一种就是要出其不意的这种感觉？因为感觉在亚洲大家都不怎么打火车现在。
在亚洲那些蒙古队都不打火车吧，然后就能约到的训练赛很少，就跟之前的 Vertigo 一样。然后我们选火车的主要原因就是因为看了下 RA 的就是6张地图嘛，就感觉火车可能就相对于别的图弱一点吧。然后我们最近在火车上面就是跟 LVG 打了很多场比赛嘛，然后熟练度就还可以，然后就选了火车。
Yeah, just like Vertigo, Train is not a map that is being played a lot in Asia, especially the Mongolian team, so it's very hard to get good scrims on that map. And then also we watched demos of Rare Atom. Like they aren't very, we saw that they aren't very good on train. And recently, like we played on train against Lin Vision a couple times, so we knew that like we were much stronger on the map.
And how are you feeling about your individual performance throughout the entire series? You walking away pretty happy with it?
刚才这个系列赛，你对你自己个人的这个表现感觉怎么样？给自己打几分
？5分吧，就差强人意。
就满分10分是吧？
对对对，就一般般。
Yeah, I give myself like a 5 out of 10. It was yeah, it was so-so.
Yeah. On Inferno, you play pretty well, to say the least. But that leads me into my next question. I know you've already mentioned Lin Vision, but who do you really want to face?
你刚才已经说过 LVG 了，那么这届比赛你最想面对的战队是谁？
肯定是 LVG 吧，因为我们已经连续输给他们好几次了，就是想破除心魔，去战胜他们。
Yeah, of course, Lin Vision is the team that we want to face the most in this tournament. We've lost against them a couple times consecutively, so we really want to break the curse this time.
Only time will tell whether or not you'll be able to do that. I know you've got some fans in the crowd. What do you want to say to your Chinese fans?
今天现场也来了一些天路的粉丝，一些你的粉丝啊，有什么想跟大家说的
？If you love CS， 我就喜欢你。
你先中文跟大家说，一会儿还得问别的啊。I love you guys.
And you have stolen the hearts of English speakers around the globe. You have so many English-speaking fans. What do you have to say to all of them?
你现在其实，在海外人气也非常非常高啊，是吧？就有万千的粉丝都等着你，有什么想跟他们说的？有什么英文想跟他们说的
？If you love CS, I love you. CS is the best game.
如果你爱 CS， 我就爱你。CS 是世界上最好的游戏。
Well, G, congratulations, GG again, and I'm looking forward to see you play in the rest of the tournament.
恭喜啊，恭喜！希望能多看到你的发挥啊。And all right, let's thank G for joining us in the interview, and we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, it's FlyQuest versus Nomads, and don't go anywhere. 好了，非常感谢各位E来参加我们的采访啊，我们稍作休息，稍后为大家带来 FlyQuest 和 Nomads 的比赛，一会儿见。
没到。
不好意思，老忘记。
Veto I， 肯定是 I
I，其实也是 I。
他老是在队伍那样搞鬼，应该不至于打到这种水平，
因为他会说天津话。
你要他呗，对。
如果你从其他队伍偷走一名选手，你会选择谁？
汉堡
I 的 Acl King 嘛。
什么的？Control。
本届赛事最大的黑马是哪支队伍
？CTG，
可能是我们吧。
King Sweaters。OW。
如果现阶段所有战队都拥有贴纸，永远不会在武器上贴哪一支
？EXU。
CTG 吧。
I。聚焦。
如果有赛事最幽默选手奖，你会颁给谁
？957。Terry。
Rage。
Control。
本届赛事中，你认为最被低估的一位选手
？SP。1337。Banana。B。
最不想遇到哪个队伍
？I。Ninja。Just4Win。
之前在 I 待过吧，想复仇他们。
Czechoslovakia， 想跟他们会一会。聚焦。Just4Win。
I。
I。聚焦。3点，因为他是我最好的兄弟。Control。23。我选的是我们战队，因为我们战队这次打的成绩还是非常不错，也算一支强力的黑马。
我们可能第一场表现不佳，但是后面找回了状态，感觉谁都能打。
OW， 因为是我们的队伍。我最不愿意贴上的贴纸是131，因为他们该被我们轻松的击败了。RA， 因为没赢过。聚焦，돌고， 바사이 해주겠지 못할。
Rage， 因为他会说天津话。
Terry， 因为他老是在队伍那样搞鬼。
그거 다도가 나올 수도 있지. 컨트롤 하는데 다도가 나올 수. 허르다 이럴까.
Banana， 因为他每天都很勤奋的练枪看 demo， 帮我们分析战术所以我觉得他是最被低估的，虽然他的rating不是很好。
야, 그. 그 일은 애들 뭐 어쩔 때 나갔다가 진짜
最被低估的一位选手，我选的是NNGAB，因为我觉得他挺厉害的，应该不至于打到这种水平，可能是紧张的缘故吧。
SP， 因为他数据不好，但是他脑子有点好用。
Ninja， 因为他也是我兄弟的队，互相残杀。这届赛事最不想遇到的肯定是 RA， 因为他们毕竟是个职业队伍，与我们实力相差太多了。
对了。тоглох ирнэ тоглохтой хурдан тэвтэй тоглох.
Czechoslovakia， 因为之前在蒙古的时候就跟他们一起聊天，然后觉得他们实力很强劲所以都想跟他们会一会。
之前在 I 待过吧，可能风格不适合之前他们吧，然后被换掉了之后，我就想重新战胜他们。
I， 因为没赢过。
I'm Vexite and I play for Team FlyQuest. I started gaming when I was around 5. My dad just had a PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and he was just playing games on it. And then Counter-Strike sort of crept in when I was about probably 10 years old or 11 years old. And a lot of my friends moved to Counter-Strike and I was like, I guess I'll start playing it. But I only started taking it serious when I was about 16 or 17 when I dropped out of school. And yeah, that's when I made it my full focus. So in the Australian scene, I was always one of like 2 or 3 of like the youngest players in the region. But I'd say I had a lot of hype around my name domestically. I'd say when I was about 16 or 17 is when I realized I could be a tier 1 player. So I just decided to put school on hold and focus on CS. And yeah, that's what I did, and ended up joining Greyhound and then with FlyQuest. Last year we won a tournament DreamHack Atlanta, and that was the first tournament an Australian team has won in a very long time internationally. So I think that's really set the expectations for our goals, and it really gave us a taste of, I guess, what winning is like at an international level, and it just showed us what we really want. We've travelled a long way to get here, and we're looking to do Australia proud.
他们正常发挥吧，因为他们肯定硬实力上面要比我们强。我感觉今天发挥都挺好的吧，不管是 KK 啊、QQ God 啊、露露啊，他们打的都挺好的。可以爆弹假骗一下，然后从大部队从黑屋主动出击，抓对面一个措手不及吧，堵黑屋的人，然后拿下这个击杀之后，就全面控制底线附近，然后就做一些对枪，赢得对枪的话，这把就赢了。 他们当 CT 的时候，对中路的控制欲望不是很强吧？然后说，对于我们来说，后期中路的话还是比较好控的。我们第一时间有一名选手跳 B 小嘛，跳 B 小击杀掉对面送出中路的队员之后，中路没有动静 ，H 也没有动静，那他拱门的人出来之后，把整条中路控制下来，然后必须他们开始做一波的时候，马上反应过来，对面大部队都是在 B， 要在 B 区结束，那我们就。 全部往 B 区压过去，然后在那边长枪打小枪，用枪械优势就可以拿下这一分。当时就是他在黑屋里嘛，然后我们这时候1打3，我们把黑屋淹上了，然后这个时候是一个必须住着后面的包，我们一个有血的队员去拆包了，然后这时候我选择了去混烟，尝试就是抓他这个穿这个拆包。 CT 的 timing 去击杀他，他正好是穿完一梭子，切了一把 Take 9， 然后小心了我这个点，把我冲进去找他的人给换掉了，然后他把子弹换好，我们第二个队友也没有冲进去补他，然后被他把拆包的 CT 混死，那这局就没了。主要还是我们自己这个交流失误上太多了，他们就是年纪轻啊，然后说句实话，经验方面肯定是欠缺的，然后个人能力的话。 也没达到自己最好的状态吧，现在还有很大的成长空间吧。所以对他们来说，我希望就是他们要多听我的，多听我们的，然后给的意见要快速吸收，然后进步速度要更快，自己也要努力吧。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头。我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我是刀叉的教授，不然爆头，给你爆头，突然爆扣，这就保留判断。不 FPS 当挖铁丝 MOBA 好牛，打到了对面10秒钟摇头。我想要 you can you got no BB no time， 不停地扫妹，滴滴答答到滴滴答答，滴滴倒飞，流线炒作，我为自己陶醉，匹配一倍，干嘛几岁变到屎柜，却被以 Z 里对你还洗背，一般忘个几位，怕是我上帝什么情味，不为别问，我在领出几位，不梦但不红问，老子自己见不自追，想到图我的游戏，默默的盯到玻璃记录图里的某会。
我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。
我几车柳天就点击酒店，到头来是我点点重庆母血厕所美制人的那位每次我把你的怼这场匪次，最后他都没有位置。
我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
小时开了我呆了，闹掰了，碰面火车上和冰墙都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，好卡呀，有人他妈在走塔呀。
我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当下心肝。
去菜狗，全都带走，外面自己的摸摸抬头，压力怪是我的抬头，带飞宇宙，手中什么关口，直播面的招楼，全靠我太熟。
有种来考我，我就场你，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。
杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我。
我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的。
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停。
他心脏会停的呀，我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
套上最贵的皮肤，挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
有多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀。
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
爆出我 play loud 的特质，我只会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。
可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这3个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我虽然 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
我是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，练个输了，动作是疯了，脑中的微操就特产不空扛。这把是要我这种没病的人，全看队里的稿子吧，进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞入框架，发来欠费的网费，当成记忆，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。我是复数的差异的拉，也能永远有敌的1号位。
这个不能拿着我的 S5杀，不要进出外面和去找水。
别总拿电竞不能运动，做有趣的灵魂影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，对不对？游戏卡当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧。
我不是这个意思，我不是这个意思。收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了 ，OK？You
can you are, no can no baby。
There's so much history through the orgs and the team, no matter what way you slice it, every single matchup is going to be so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you've got two of the biggest teams in China duking it out for a place in the playoffs.
虽然大家都可能会觉得我们这次是比较夺冠的热门嘛，但是我觉得这支队伍也很多。I 是一支非常就是具有经验的队伍嘛，然后他们有就是3位成员都是之前就是在天路服役过嘛，跟 I 对战不是一件就是特别容易的事情。如果大家状态都非常好，我觉得每个人都有机会。
Rare Atom continue undefeated, undeterred.
但是首先肯定是得过 I 这关吧。
Nomads. It could actually be quite an interesting thing if they can punch up against an org as titanous as FlyQuest.
Бидний одоо team их багууд дундаас шалгаж гарч ирсэн.
What? I don't even know how he gets those kills, but he does.
Одоо л сандрал байхгүй болсон илүү том зорилготой болно л гэсэн.
We have Acl X in the team as a coach, and he's left the Mongolian scene at a pretty high level to come coach us. We think we're one of the strongest teams here, if not the strongest. We expect to have a pretty deep run.
За Acl Championship-ийн аврагыг авах юм бол энэ нь бол маш том амжилт л гэсэн үг дээ.
Nomads, we're looking forward to playing you guys in our first matchup. It's going to be a good game.
Бас хоорондоо нэлээд алцах хаа. Яаш магадгүй ер нь нэлээд алаан болох. Алаантай тоглох гарах байх гэж би бодож байна.
Welcome back to the Asian Champions League. Day 2 here, the playoffs, and game 2 now about to get underway. It's the Aussies of FlyQuest taking on the Mongolians of Nomad to see who can kickstart their Group B run the best. We've just seen Tyloo take down Rare Atom, and actually in the end, T-Time pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, Inferno was disappointing. I'm hoping that this match will not be anything of the sort. This could be interesting, right? Obviously, a team that the Aussies have never had to play up against, maybe even a level they've never had to play up against. And it's a team in Nomads who we know are good for preparation.
I mean, most players at this event will have not played against anyone in the Nomads, really.
That's
so,
true.
I mean, if it's not just FlyQuest that are in that boat, but FlyQuest are the ones that have to foray into the darkness a little bit earlier than the rest.
So FlyQuest haven't even had to play domestic most of the time this year.
Yeah.
It's very true. It's very true. And now we get to see them, what they're like on an industrial stage, but again, they get a pretty easy start to things. We've kind of touched this a little bit yesterday. Poor Nomads. What a group that they're a part of, right? They've got 3 very difficult teams. When they're on their day, they're very good. And when we kind of look at FlyQuest on the flip side, I know there's been a lot of conversation with them starting badly to the air and struggling internationally, but domestically, they've actually, I'd say domestically, kind of win the APAC region. They've always been pretty damn solid as well, right? They've generally speaking, they're called to majors. They don't really make that much of a sweat there. They are able to showcase just their level, right? So I'm wondering how deep of a run we actually get for FlyQuest as well.
They've definitely transcended their domestic region,
Yeah.
but it's just about whether or not they can get past the rest of Asia, basically.
Exactly, right? And, you know, I guess this group is going to be a big tell, right? There's a real world that, you know, if things don't continue to go right for them, they could actually start to struggle within this group. I mean, Tyloo and then even, you know, Rare Atom, if they can pick up their 4 again like the groups, it could be spicy.
This has to be an incredibly convincing performance from them. And listen, if it's not going to be now, it will be never.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. We've got a little video to bring you as well as we get to know these teams just a little bit more before we get underway.
Бидний одоо шинэ зорилго гэх юм бол бид нар ямартай ч эхний учирсан багаа хожих хэрэгтэй. Эхний учирсан баг нь FlyQuest дээр FlyQuest-ийн эсрэг маш их хэлээ хийж маш их өрсөлдөөнийг үзүүлэх хэрэгтэй.
We have Acl X in the team as a coach, and he sort of left the Mongolian scene at a pretty high level to come coach us. So I think we definitely want to do him proud this tournament and just show a good level of CS and show that he made the right decision.
Илүү бас хичээл сэтгэлэл маш ихээр дахиад нэмэх гэж би бодож байна. Амартай ч яг ихний зорилго гэх юм бол ер нь бол нэгдүгээр бол championship гэж бодож байна.
It's about time we do Australia proud. Nomads, we're looking forward to playing you guys in our first matchup. It's going to be a good game.
not too much to go off there in terms of the fighting talk, let's say. A lot of respect shown, but as we all know, FlyQuest, they have quite a bit of pressure on their shoulders just to perform. They're a team that are expected to win this game pretty handily and also expected to make a deep run. And of course, the new pickups, Yuumi as well, Regali, and of course, most notably now, Netic. How are your feelings about these two?
I mean, I feel good about the additions. I think it's more just the role changes that they're having to go through as a result of implementing someone like Netic. The transition from Dexter to Inns, right now, for me, I'm not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. Sure, they had an upset win over Virtus Pro, for example, at Melbourne, but for me, I actually didn't think Dexter's calling was bad enough to warrant his removal from the team, but Netic's firepower is at least a good positive to bring in.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, you know, as well, we've already seen this kind of Inns IGL stint, and last time out didn't go all too well. On the flip side, though, there's a player that you've been a big fan of, T-Time, Hooligan. You've been loving what you're seeing from him, and of course, we always generally look towards Clouden as well, but those two, actually, that close qualifier looked fantastic.
I think Hooligan's going to be a very key figure over here, just because, obviously, I think he's been really good at doing his homework and the like, and for FlyQuest, one thing you can say is there is a lot of footage available on them, even if they've had, like, this more recent roster shuffle up in terms of the IGL and this extra player that's been added in the form of Netic. That's obviously something that'll be concerning, but I still think Nomads can do a lot of preparation coming into this. And I know you said that this isn't really the best of matchups for them necessarily, but when you consider, you know, FlyQuest are going to be the most jet-lagged team in the tournament and whatnot as well. They're going to be a team which, you know, has had so many adjustments to make internally too. And very frankly, they have been underneath a whole lot of pressure, and that is just going to increase when they come to quote-unquote domestic-ish soil.
I mean, when we saw the Nomads talking about this game, they're saying they're going to train and they're going to prepare hard for this game, and it's something that FlyQuest basically don't have the luxury of being able to do because they've had these other events to go to alongside, you know, the jet lag and trying to, I guess, get acclimatized to this environment.
And we've already seen it, Yuumi, as well. You know, we saw it happen against that Chinggis Warrior side within the close qualifiers where it was safe to say they've done a hell of a lot of prep, and it paid off for them. And, you know, as we want to touch, there's so much tape to go off of FlyQuest, and there's so much tape on how to beat FlyQuest at the moment from this year that it feels like the Nomads, they genuinely could cause a bit of an upset. But, I mean, it goes without saying that they are biggest underdogs, not only in this matchup, but in this tournament now.
I think it's interesting, though, to also talk about FlyQuest and sort of the narrative of the entire tournament for them specifically, you know, going into this one, because FlyQuest have now come off what is, in my opinion, a historic run for any team that isn't the absolute best in the APAC region last year, where they're able to put themselves in position where they're invited to 5 out of the 8 Tier 1 tournaments that have taken place. And unfortunately, because they've bombed out of every single one of them, now they're put in this really weird spot where every single matchup that they're going to have, whether it be going into a Tier 1 tournament, a major, or anything like it, probably will be against like a Team Vitality. They've lost their seeding. They might be losing their position as well. This tournament has to be massive, and Nomads are going to find them at a very vulnerable time.
Yeah, there are criticisms about VRS and like whether or not the teams within the top 16 can actually see that much movement, but when you're on the cusp and you're constantly bombing out of these tournaments, so to speak, then yeah, you find yourself in major jeopardy that you could find yourself, especially in that next season, just completely locked out of invites.
Yeah, I mean, where we're currently at as well, I mean, FlyQuest find themselves outside of the top 30. I mean, a win here would put them 26th, so, you know, pretty comfortably inside. But, you know, even then, in a spot where things become a little...
Subject to more movement.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, obviously every game makes a kind of a big difference in that sense. For Nomads as well, they're on a really decent run at the moment. You know, when we start the close qualifier, they were actually, you know, way down the rankings, and recently they've started making a decent amount of movement, and if they can make a decent run here, T-Time, we can actually see this side climb up and really start to threaten that kind of upper echelon.
Yeah, they were 191 on the VRS
Now
before.
they're 76, a win here will put them 61 in the VRS
I don't think that this is going to be a great campaign from Nomads in the main tournament. We are out of the qualifiers. We can stop pretending like there isn't a massive class difference in between the invited teams in this, but the difference is time. And that time they've been given, that 1 week, could be the great leveler in terms of not just preparation, but also expanding on their biggest weakness, that is their map.
Yeah, our biggest, I guess the biggest win condition for the Nomads in this game is going to be how much are they going to anti-strat? Are they going to have great setups that perfectly accommodate for what FlyQuest want to do in these games? And could they have done so across the map pool when their map pool feels so weak?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to throw it back over towards the stage as we bring in both of our teams prior to our second game of Group B.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage from Mongolia, Team Nomads.
opponent from Australia, FlyQuest. Team Nomads versus FlyQuest. Good luck. Have fun.
So now of our teams out and ready to play, I think it's a perfect time to avert our attention to a pretty interesting topic here, fellas. The map veto, the map pool. And now this has been quite a consistent, I guess, negative point that we've been bringing up on the Nomads. They do have quite a weak map pool, T-Time.
They have had time at the very least. And you know, Michael's absolutely right. Anti-stratting is important, but I think Nomads will also have recognized the fact that they need to expand on it. And one of the big advantages they do have is there were a lot of teams over here in Asia over the last week or two. If you want to get good practice, I'm sure they're one of the candidates to get some of the best practice out in the region. So if you want to expand into something like an Inferno or whatnot, I would love to see that. Now, obviously, if you're wondering what I think they should pick, I will be very straightforward. I think they should be picking Ancient. And honestly, I might even go as far as saying FlyQuest should consider not banning Train so they could ban Ancient instead. That being said, this should on paper be FlyQuest.
Yeah, the positive that they have coming into this matchup is that FlyQuest don't like Train, and so if they leave it floating, Nomads have at least been able to play it recently, and sure, it's not had any success for them, but it's at least a positive that, you know, targeted bans actually can't already shrink your already small map pool.
At the same time, FlyQuest hate nuke, and you know what, that'll help out Nomads a fair bit if you're already starting to take 2 maps out of the pool that you don't have to worry about too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look. Train gonna get banned by FlyQuest, Nuke gonna get banned by Nomads. This first pick, I mean, FlyQuest have so many choices. They're gonna go for the Inferno. I don't mind that. Nomads already played it twice. It's been a pretty popular map for the FlyQuest side. The pick here, surely we get the Ancients. We've kind of touched this a little bit. It's probably the best map. Anubis is the other one, but they're actually gonna go for a Mirage here. What are your thoughts on that one, Yumi?
I mean, this was a recent permaban of FlyQuest for quite some time under Dexter. So for them now transitioning into the in-system, I think they're just hoping to capitalize on a bit of weakness and a lack of, I guess, layers to the defense or even just the set pieces that FlyQuest want to throw their way. I think this is an astute pick from Nomads, but it's also not one that FlyQuest have looked like slouches on in their early run.
Took a map off Na'Vi, right, at Melbourne's. That was a pretty commendable one. So at the very least, that's not a map that I don't mind all too much. Ancient is the decider. How are we feeling veto-wise, T?
This is a weird veto for me because I really thought FlyQuest at a stage like this, again, would have just banned Ancient at least in the second phase. I know that they're fine with playing it, right? Like, they don't hate it, but it really does feel like FlyQuest are coming into this with the assumption that they are going to win no matter what. And I understand that assumption. I think that's a fair assumption to work off of, but I mean, personally, I think Nomads picking Mirage is a bit of a mistake, and I don't think it'll get to Ancient because of that. But if it does, it is going to be very hectic.
But do you think FlyQuest would have anticipated that the Mirage would be played?
True. No, I mean, it's very unlikely. Look, I do get the idea of trying to throw them off, but it's
They're
a risk.
underdogs.
Yeah, well, fellas, enough discussion. Let's find out, right? We're going to kickstart things over towards Inferno. It's FlyQuest taking on the little team that could Nomads. Let's see if they can.
There are a lot of questions about the veto. I don't think Inferno was one of them. A map that felt like a surefire guarantee to be picked. And FlyQuest lean into it.
Yeah, it's definitely a map where, you know, a lot of the systems, a lot of the protocols, that can carry over quite simply for you. So I'm glad that FlyQuest are deciding to go with what is known for them instead of trying to stray into the unknowns and maybe the newer maps where they're trying to develop some new things alongside Netic to create these greater opportunities.
Neo has just managed to pull out the sneakiest tactical timeout dodge known to mankind. Yes. But you know what, this does give us some space to discuss, you know, a little bit of FlyQuest situation as well and how interesting it is to see where they are, right? Because at the end of last year, obviously, incredible run from them, winning Atlanta. Even at the major, they were very close to beating out Team Liquid in 2, if I remember correctly as well. You know, being on the cusp of actually getting to top 16 with the Mongols, where they were 2-0 up to start things off. And from there, they get what is objectively a man-for-man upgrade in Ricali. Unfortunately, their campaign in 2025 has not been going as well as they would have liked it to. Can ACL be a turning point for them? They're going to be relying on this Inferno to start off well.
It would certainly be a tragic tale if they weren't able to perform in this event. You know, say what you want about Melbourne or Blast. This is where they should be able to swim.
Well, let's hope they're not swimming back home. Hooligan starts off with a quick kill on a Nedic. FlyQuest leaving the new addition unassisted. And well, right now they are sending more members afterwards, but it's worrisome to see inside in the open like that without any Kevlar. He is flirting naked, which might work for him, never has for me.
Yeah, we saw the numbers from the 5E app earlier that there's not a lot of faith in this hooligan-led Nomads, but listen, they are a plucky underdog. They are an interesting team.
Cloud in a great position, the head taken off, and Inns is feeling the pain. That util has also been dropped, so you're going to see some of it being juggled out. I don't know if the Molotov will be used correctly. It will not be. So Para, lots of space to play in from, but there has been a drop down on the side. Vexside is missing everything, and because of that, Hennex and Hooligan have brought it back to a 3 versus 1. Vexside now starts to frag, and boy is he fragging hard, making up for lost time, but you cannot stop Randy right now.
Yeah, too many members there for the Nomads swarming back into that A play. Had Vexlight been able to wrangle that kill on Hooligan running through the Moto smoke, would have had teammates to operate with, could have gone to a post plant. They just didn't feel like they necessarily had the space. Some beautiful shots being hit by Nomads at the start of this round. Found them in a very early 3-on-5, but there was a fighter's chance there for FlyQuest.
And when we were talking about anti-stratting, Michael, for me personally, I really did feel like it was always about, hey, just learn Inferno. Just learn that. And Randy right now is learning that Inferno takes a lot more than pistol round wins versus FlyQuest. It's Tech-9s on the other side, and, well, let's just say they are working as well as AKs.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what they want out of a round like this. Not a single casualty there for FlyQuest. A simple call, Tech-9 rush through B, and by Jove, does it work.
And one thing that is undeniable about this team is just the sheer firepower they bring.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there isn't a single player who I would expect to lose a 1v1.
It's the caveat that I have to this underdog, you know, anti-stratting performance, even if you have the tape to work off of when they're playing against teams like Spirit, like FaZe, like Na'Vi, like VP, is that you should understand as well as an underdog that even if you understand tactically what you're doing, pound for pound, you are likely to be the weaker side.
Yeah, you might be having a higher fight IQ than Mike Tyson, but doesn't mean you're going to win.
Yeah, you might not, you're just not going to punch as hard.
I'll punch him twice, he'll only be able to punch me once. Oh shit, that hurts.
Yeah, well, let's try not to get punched.
That's what Nomads is going to try to do over here on this B-bomb side. FlyQuest, however, they are winding up their arms. Andy, smoked up, but the smoke isn't great, and he is! Can't pick up the second kill, but the grenade would have finished him off if Liaz hadn't done so already. Hennex around the corner will be right next to the flames, is toasting his hands, realizes he doesn't need them anymore. His head is already on the ground.
Yeah, just getting run down by those SMGs. You see what FlyQuest bring forward in this round. It's all basically MP9s is what they had, and it's because it was taken off the cold corpses of the Nomads the round prior.
What a successful second round buy that they're able to not just farm up money with the MP9s, but theoretically even going forward, they could just take these.
It's just also, like, how often do you see a T-side fully equipped with MP9s? They can't buy those things.
You think the rarest and most dominating side is a CT side with 5 AKs? No. It's 5 MP9s and FlyQuest. 4 rather, but whatever. Who's counting? Me.
Who's counting? And it was you. It's fine. A nice conversion there for FlyQuest. They were undeterred. They just took those fights over towards Banana, and I wonder if that will be a trend throughout this half. Banana control is something that even top teams sometimes struggle with, especially when they're against other top teams. There's different layers, different ways that you have to play it. A lot of it does come down to understanding of your opponent's typical approach and how you can best counteract it. But also, you want to establish early precedent. You know, you don't want to almost play within bomb sites too early on, because then the opponent can sometimes feel like they don't have to expend as many resources. That can be a double-edged sword in its own way, but that's where familiarity with your opponent really does matter.
Para. Hidden away in apartments. Will be able to find himself that one quick kill with a 5-7, and while he's backing off, Liaz is not going to be cleared for. Liaz doesn't actually realize Para's moved back over, and his head has been reminded of that fact. Now, he does get the kill, but he is fading away.
Yeah, it took a lot of damage for that duel, because he thought he had him contained, so Liaz will not feel confident to continue pursuing the apartments. And they're falling potentially into a bit of a trap.
Now it is USPs, but those USPs can hurt. And right now with Randy trying to play distraction, Netic is going to be spotted out. The problem is that Henex just couldn't actually see him from on top of that second orange spot. He needed to move maybe a little bit further ahead. So it ends up being multiple 1v1s. Netic will be able to get his first 3 kills.
Really nice stuff there from Netic. Just simple clearing. Of course, he has an SMG, so he's willing to be a bit sacrificial, but yeah, those USPs could not do enough damage to make him feel all too threatened.
Okay, let's do it.
3-1, and we will start to see what should be the start of the real game of Counter-Strike. Nomads pull out weapons, but not that many of them.
Yeah, and also a complete lack of incendiaries. So
who needs them? On Inferno.
Yeah, well, the name is self-descriptive.
The only flames you need is a fire in your soul, Michael. Vexit's got a fire underneath him. He's on 26 HP.
But they have established early banana control. They've taken top B.
And they've forced out a rotation from Hooligan as well. But Hooligan, he's decided, I like pendulums, I will swing right back. This is a position Henex has been prioritizing a couple of times now. Will not be particularly contested. FlyQuest start to scale up into brackets. They'll fight for control, and it's a fight with Tenair, but hey, gotta punch as hard as you can, even if there's no one on the other side.
Just by throwing a little bit of utility, though, on this A-bomb site, you can see that it's expended the last smoke available on the A defense. And it opens up this opportunity as well for FlyQuest to even approach through CT spawn.
The thing is, Randy does have a smoke, so if they do start to funnel forward, that doesn't mean everything is going to be A-okay. Liaz, in the meanwhile, is going to be left on the lurk, is making noise as well, and he's trying to play distraction. Now, do they read into this?
The spawn, they don't look like they're accounting for the spawn wrap at all.
I mean, Henex is kind of watching out for it, but with the MP9 at that range, that is really not the weapon you want to have. And with In's revealing position, the MP9 at the very least will be given a chance to get the quick kill. Randy does the same, and with an MP9 on the other side, suddenly Regali doesn't feel quite so smug about taking that away from the CTs. 10 seconds, and the flashbang doesn't help. Vexite will be able to recover the bomb, but can he make his way over to planting zone? Vexite finds Cloud and moving through the smoke, and Para's left all alone. 1 versus 2. Both players manage to find defensive positions back in deep CT, and with Liaz taking the peak while he's not even needed, Vexite just wins it out. 4 kills for the man who looked like he was in real trouble.
Yeah, I was worried there for the Nomads. I mean, their setup didn't look primed really to deal with that spawn flank, but even just having that high-low setup, the initial contact coming out from Fountain, it actually caused a bit of enough of a distraction, and just between the Randy Henex combo, able to come away with a few of those kills. But Netic does save FlyQuest there. Or Vexite, sorry.
He also started on 26 HP, didn't he?
Yes, yeah.
That's insane. 4 kills from that point onwards when they needed the most. And look, I have a lot to say about this FlyQuest team. One man I cannot speak ill about is Vexite. He has really leveled up, it feels like, over the past year or so, has grown into a role that perhaps before felt too big for his boots.
Yeah, it feels like every season we've seen him develop a new set of skills, whether it's been in the clutch or whether it's been, you know, swinging kills in the mid-round. He's become more aware. And it's nice to see him playing better and better.
A part of me would like to believe that it was that one series versus Drillas. That one series that gave Vexite the belief in himself.
Yeah, really jump-started the engine, I guess.
The insane, ancient CT side performances. And that engine never stopped again.
Cheesy play here for Para. But they're thinking about the apartment, so they understand that actually could be a timing in through short.
Oh, well, Barras found himself 2 quick kills, turns around for a dink on number 3, and Hennex, well, he won't have time to pull out the AK, otherwise we could have gotten excited. Damage.
FlyQuest were certainly still caught off by it. I mean, they just maybe anticipated the timing would be a little later. Player inside of pit missed out on the window. But it doesn't matter in the end. FlyQuest keep 3 alive, and they're feeling pretty good about the way this has started.
We are not going to get to see the Hooligan AWP until it is the very end of this half. That's disappointing.
It is, yeah.
At the very least, they come into this with a lot more utility, so FlyQuest will not be able to just run through Banana the way they have a few times. Hennex maybe wants to do what you open up, but take a quick, nice little long-range peek with the A4 instead. Closes the distance. Barra, in the meanwhile, playing up close, back in truck, will be able to maybe spot out that second man, but Vexite might have actually got information. Now Barra knows, but he won't be able to do anything about it. Vexite and Regali with the cleanest entries you've ever seen.
They just get absolutely steamrolled, and there's not a whole lot that Randy can do. Just completely boxed and funneled into a corner courtesy of the Molotov. FlyQuest are breezing past the Nomads.
Michael, you were looking for a good barber in China. I think I found you one. Vexite's giving out haircuts for free.
If only. At least I know he speaks English. I trust him in the server, but
not with the hair. Is that what you're trying to say?
Let's keep him away from my hair. I need my ears. I've seen those content pieces they did where they're like trying to paint walls. You know, it wasn't. I wasn't the most convinced.
All the dexterity is reserved for the smallest mouse movements.
Yes.
Anything beyond that. Well, at least the small mouse movements are really working out for them.
So there was a bit of team damage at the start of this round onto Randy as well, which is far from ideal.
Well, Randy doesn't feel too bad about it until Hooligan just stabs him in the back. Netic, in the meanwhile, will trade. Now, the problem with trading is it's pretty hard to come out on top if you're also killing your own team.
Yeah, Randy got stabbed in the back twice this round from spawn, and now just, yeah.
Like, that's the problem with Nomads. They just can't stop hitting Randy.
That's the problem with betrayal. It comes from people you trust.
I didn't realize, no.
Well, this is a bit of an obliteration. And listen, we had our concerns, our qualms with Nomads throughout the tournament, especially from the close qualifiers. A lot of our discussion usually centered around their map pool and the weaknesses within it. You know, even in their online play, it seemed like there were some vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Transitioning to LAN and showing that extra level, it did feel like that was reserved for the select few, and basically Ancient as a main stopping point. So this Inferno, I mean, right now FlyQuest feel as though, even just in the early control segment of their round, they're getting a lot of success in these early duels. They're not even having to really stress too hard about how they develop the mid-round, whether they bounce between bomb sites. They're getting so much space, and they're exploiting that to a great degree.
I mean, 3 of their players have 2 deaths or less, right? So, does kind of tell the story. Now,
good damage
from
from Barra.
Barra continues to do good damage, but the problem is, I mean, when you look at the money on the T side, it's kind of insane. There is not going to be any point where FlyQuest are going to be bothered by the economy.
Yeah, winning 7 rounds straight will do that.
Yeah. 16K on 2 players will help out a lot, yeah. I believe it might be now or never for the Nomads.
You know what? I think you might be right.
Gosh, dang it. Hooligan has the AWP, and he is taking a line with it. Netic tagged but not fragged, and Inz is hoping to continue leading the charge back to Banana. He is not necessarily one of the featured pieces on the scoreboard, but that is not for lack of ability.
Yeah, it's just everybody else is gobbling them up, but now one of those pieces is missing. That Hooligan AWP that we were hoping to see perhaps earlier in this map.
Para's in a great position right now with the smoke down, with the MP9 ready as well. He peeks back out. We've seen a clip from him in this exact position, but this time it's the hops of Liaz that will save him. Even so, 2 players heard, retreating backwards.
Yeah, there was a missed smoke as well thrown by the FlyQuest. They wanted to mount some pressure on, I think, Moto or Library just to threaten a spawn wrap, but because that did not land, I don't know if that'll be considered by the Nomads.
This B-side duo still has 2 incendiaries. One of them used to reveal ins, and Randy peeks out immediately.
It's a nice retake util set. The timing on it is great, but they're actually not pushing forward off of just that util belt.
Randy has himself another incendiary as well, so for FlyQuest to push through the smoke will be incredibly difficult. Hennex is just lining up the flashbang. That smoke, I mean, it's not actually going to be fully blooming. The T-side CT smoke is deep, and now Randy has to fight. He's happy to. 2 quick kills picked up. This is what I can do when you're not stabbing me in the back, guys.
Yeah, a beautiful dance around that fountain. The util was on point from the retake utility, top banana, the blocking smoke, the incendiary. They had to HE to blow open that smoke, and you could see that FlyQuest were heavily staggered as they tried to emerge from it. You know, especially considering they have this considerable lead already established in the early portion of this half, I thought there was a chance as well that even in that early disadvantage, they could have actually just gone for a save. But I mean, they've just stocked up so much extra cash that why not give it a swing?
Did we just see Liaz changing his sensitivity in the middle of the game?
It might have been, yes.
I love it whenever players do that. It's just like,
I wasn't sure if he was changing his crosshair or his sensitivity.
Either
or what,
way. Seems so superstitious.
Sometimes your brain just needs a quick reminder to lock in. And adapting to a new sensitivity can certainly be a way that re-engages you.
Don't worry, guys. I've got my lock-in crosshair. Flash prep from Hooligan. Clouden wants to get aggressive. Right out into second middle, and Liaz, well, he's not ready for it despite the flashbang. Early advantage once again taken up by Nomads, while their B-bomb side is having a grand old time flirting away. Hennex, a position that, as I said before, I've seen him in a few times now.
And I wonder as well whether Liaz just got caught hearing all these comms about how they were taking banana, because Clouden was loud about his approach to the apartments.
Regali is now just covering off for Hooligan to potentially come back in over here. Hooligan would be making a mistake by peeking in, and that mistake has been made. It could be the go call. Randy's position has been somewhat easy to remember. Grenade, great damage if they go through. Even if they don't, it's still fantastic damage. And sure, Randy has to trade with a lot of his own life, but he's happy with it. Vexite, though, gets a freebie. Clouden was exploring back out the second middle, and with his death, FlyQuest have made the call. It's A site where they go.
Yeah, they're going to bounce straight back over, and it's only Power that can defend with that MP9. A smoke that will bloom. That should allow them to cross up short, but Power with this SMG wants to get in right behind them. Regali will be completely unknown to that fact, but making noise running through that smoke. Power reveals himself, and so Regali can flick right back. It should be a call to save here for the Nomads. No way back in. They get completely bypassed by this call right back to that A-bomb site by FlyQuest.
I have to be critical of Hooligan over here as well. I mean, just the fact that he's got them the early advantage, and then he's taking a risk like that to just peek back out to B for information without a flashbang, without a Molotov, without any sort of retake utility either.
Yeah, I mean, it was Clouden that got that early advantage, but you're right. That usually, if you're going to take that late peek in from spawn, you're coupling that with a flash from your B player or something that can allow you to take that deep line without having to worry about an AWP posted on that exact angle. It's your worst nightmare as an AWPer on Inferno, being the one that's second to the fight.
Yeah. How many times do we see AWP battles just coming down to flash-offs? Hennex will keep that AWP in play, though. So we are going to get to see Hooligan at least try and redeem his mistake. Meanwhile, FlyQuest very happy with the number 8.
It's the common kind of joke when you watch Inferno in theory is that, you know, especially when AWPers are peeking mid, they're frequently flashing long, and then the long player is flashing mid, and then, you know, it's kind of this back and forth of who actually has the more flashes and how important is long to you.
Yeah, funnily enough, I actually remember one of the Pro Leagues where it was Na'Vi versus Rare Atom back when Kaze was with Advent and the guys, and there was literally a round where They exchanged like four flashes.
Yeah, I remember.
It's a funny time still. That is a lot of utility used out by the CTs down the middle. Maybe more than they wanted to.
There's been a lot of success for the Nomads actually being surprising in how aggressive they're peeking from the apartments into second middle and trying to disrupt the early util sets of FlyQuest. So kind of unsurprising to see Regali take this aggressive line. Maybe not with an AWP, but it accomplishes the job nonetheless.
Brackets is going to be completely uncontested, and when FlyQuest realized that it might be too late for Nomads to actually call for rotations, Hooligan now makes his way over. And look, the deep flashbang is good to at least threaten that, oh, hey, we could be taking it again, but Regali just posted in through Boiler. They don't have to worry about that short angle at all.
I think there's stern recognition from FlyQuest as well that Nomads are playing a little timid, a little scared. The early rounds have not been that successful.
Hooligan has also been completely disabled by that Archer smoke. They are simply going to be unable to find anything here. And with 40 seconds left, there's two defenders. There's no way for the B-side players to rotate. It all comes down between Para and Clouden. And with HEs finding Para, he's good for one kill, but that's all it'll be. Clouden never even had a chance to fight back.
Yeah, it seems like a very simple execute, right? I mean, just a smoke at the arches, one at library. They can threaten the wrap, but they don't even actually have to fully commit off of that. They put the brunt of their forces one direction so that the flashes are a bit more effective and they can trade. And there were only two defenders there for the Nomads. So it's being well pieced together here from FlyQuest. This Inferno is looking like an open and shut case. And we expected it to be.
Yeah.
But even still,
gotta lie to the people.
There was some hope that the Nomads could have a bit more bite to them.
Is that what we call straight up lying? No, I'm joking. No, listen, I did think that there's a serious chance, and to be fair, should Nomads find themselves round number 3, we could still have that conversation moving into the second half. We can still, paint that picture. But hey, remember, pistol round plus first gun round is basically 5 rounds, right, in CS2?
It just simply feels as though, you fast forward 6 months or 3 months from now, if you have the same matchup, Nomads versus FlyQuest, this is Nomads' best chance to win this matchup.
I agree.
It's during the transition period, it's during the betting in of Netic into the squad, Ins in the in-game leading, maybe other secondary voices kind of emerging inside of FlyQuest. This is the time where if you do find yourself in advantages, you could potentially fight against a weakened FlyQuest.
Well, they might be weakened, but they still have Regali and Vexite.
Oh, no, I mean, absolutely. Those two have been packing a punch.
They have been the constants in 2025. The two players who feel like you can always rely on them. Inz has had a dip in form before switching to IGLing. Liaz has had questions around him as well. But not Vexite and Regali, never them. And now they look to enter a B-bomb site, which will at least be accurately gauged by Hooligan. This time over, he's already posted up with the AWP. Will he be moved away by flashes? Full execute seems to be coming in. And now as a util will be raining forward. Flashes will not connect, but neither will Hooligan with his AWP. 2 chances given over. Hennex in the meanwhile, good for 1. Looks for more, will find it as well. And Randy is still fragging away. 14 HP on him. The flash even catches himself out, and Hooligan uses that time to take down Liaz as well. Randy finishes things off, and they will get bare minimum 3 rounds, Michael. Is it enough?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not feeling like it. This time, like you said, they were in the right place. They had a double AWP on B where one was firing off. There was another that FlyQuest had to consider, and they simply didn't. So, yeah, caught off by that at the very end of the half, but I don't think it's enough to shake the confidence here of FlyQuest. They were through and through just demolishing and completely outmaneuvering the Nomads throughout that entire half. And even when things looked a little poor on the start, losing that pistol round, they immediately answered with a force buy and did so with such confidence and such stride that it felt like it was constant catch-up for the Nomads.
To be honest, I still can't get over the Vexite 4K round where he starts with 26 HP. That felt like the best chance for Nomads to turn things around, and it was just stolen away from them. Unfortunately, never really feeling like that B-bomb site was giving them ways to be aggressive and fight into banana, really threaten mid-side with a flank or something like it. And when Inz has a free field like that, he will always call circles around you.
And listen, we could talk about FlyQuest and their ascent towards the end of last year, but even with that in mind, you know, this is a squad that have been constantly kind of hovering and floating, flirting with Tier 1 events. And sure, they haven't necessarily done that great at any of them, but they've gained a lot of experience understanding the time to kill they need, how quick they have to react to everything. It's a total different game the higher up the rungs you get, and sure, you can learn to adapt to that quickly. Some take to it like a fish to water, and some others realize they don't have gills. I think it's just this FlyQuest team understand that every single small opportunity that they have, especially against a team like Nomads who are not used to have being punished as heavily, that's where FlyQuest can find that edge, and it's where they did it with it throughout this half. Players peeking without util or taking haphazard peeks, swinging too wide on duels. That's where FlyQuest can very easily capitalize, because a lot of their focus will be on trading, fast time to kill, coupled with flashes, double push plays, and we saw them just absolutely decimate the Nomads because of it. All while having a little bit of tactical edge as well.
Nice to have everything work out for you.
Yeah, no, it is. It's when things start going wrong, I fear, for FlyQuest. Yeah. Because, listen, I think that even when they start to realize that they couldn't hang at some of these Tier 1 events that they've had this year, I mean, they've had some good maps and some actually very convincing wins against top-level teams or teams that are, you know, around the same level as them. They've had very convincing maps. It's just further into the best of 3. It's like they'll have a very convincing first map, and then the next couple will just feel like they've turned the lights off.
I know there are probably some runners watching this as well, so it feels like if you're going and trying to win a longer marathon versus someone else who's more experienced than you, you just feel yourself running out of breath eventually faster than them, even if you're, you know, front running a little bit, if you're leading a little bit more. FlyQuest feel like inevitably it is their cardio that will fail them before their legs will.
Sure.
That one's for you, Jordan.
Yeah, the team is absolutely chock full of talent.
Yeah. No doubt about it. They got legs.
It just needs the longevity. And I've been seeing all these FlyQuest boys in the gym, so they're working on it.
That's not how you get cardio done, to be fair, but hey, sure.
You can run in a gym.
Yeah, no. Sure, loser. No.
What?
Next side gets Randy, and that's something you always like to see Power and Hooligan do trade away. But in the meanwhile, it is Inz who is quietly trying to flank out onto Para as he moves back into the boiler room. HE blonked off Para's forehead.
Likely would have heard that contact as well.
Yeah. Oh, missed out shot because it's a crouch player, and now Para is inviting him over. Inz actually fighting to middle instead. Para does trade, but they are lost. Regalia is going to be completely unexpected over here as well. Surely Para does not clear for it, and hell, maybe Hooligan doesn't either. Crowden is good for the trade. You're back to a 2 versus 1. FlyQuest, they did manage to evade the problems of losing the pistol round in the first. Can they do it twice over here? They might need to. Para.
He's got it.
Get the knife, Para.
No,
you can't jump there, buddy.
He knows he can get timing, so he's just taking this incredible off angle that will never be expected there for Netic. Para has done the Lord's work in that round.
Did you know there is an urban myth about Para, because obviously his full nickname and whatnot is Paranormal, and it's there everywhere on the jersey on HLTV, but it's not in there in the server, because one thing he's always said is that I will be everything in the server except for normal.
I don't know if that's true or not.
That's all a lie.
I felt like it was, but also
but it was
just feasible enough to be true.
Well, can Nomads avoid the curse of the Force? Can they be the true Sith Lords?
A great opener for Hooligan at the very least. Simple jiggle, double tap, and Regalia's gone. And that was the solitary player in defensive A. This was a 4B stack. But FlyQuest will stick to their guns and hope that Nomads make a grave mistake. Flash from CT.
Oh, quick kill on the Henex, and with this swarm going down towards Randy, this is going to be problematic. Now listen, the T's have forgotten the bomb, Michael, and they have now just realized, well, we have to go back and pick it up. with this, what they've left is Para, who is completely isolated in the A-bomb side. Should Para lose his duel versus Inz, things get really tricky.
Inz's angle is very strong, and he spots him as well.
Para's going to be trying to run him down over here, and he will be able to even ducks away. Dualies are out, and I thought he got the kill.
Yeah, Clouden, good spam, and Nedic accounted for on the flank. FlyQuest were not comfortable simply sitting on that B-bomb site. A good aggressive play in through B, but it also did very quickly reveal that there was likely to be a gap on that A-bomb site, and Para does a great job carving a road for the rest of the squad.
An excellent start to things from Nomads. We're projecting a 9-6, obviously, as long as there isn't anything that goes disastrously wrong, or in Vexite's case, with the Deagle, disastrously right. Clouden, however, is, you know, back to business. Might not have had the easiest time in the first half, but with Vexite missing out his Deagle shots as well, the only man they lose is Randy.
Yeah, no cause for concern. Yeah, just like that. And this is the problem with MR12. 9-3 half, we're thinking, oh, wow, that's pretty damn good. And of course it is, but they'll have at least a couple gun rounds to contest before the Nomads can start to threaten a lead of their own.
Regali will not have enough money for an AWP and utility. I wonder if he's going to still purchase one regardless. On $5,600. And he's the kind of player who I would like to see go for it regardless, obviously, but it is Inferno at the end of the day. And we will get the single flashbang Kevlar AWP out from Regali. What does he want to do with it, though? That's a big question. Starts off on the A-bomb side with only one player right next to him. It's Liaz, who could provide assistance in an early peak, but a smoke will block off Regali immediately as well. Now, Regali tries to get ahead of it, does take a bit of a risk in that, but he'll neither be punished nor rewarded.
Yeah, I can certainly understand why he wants to force that fight, considering how much the Nomads have been fighting it in the early stages of this half. But it's a good adaptation here for the Nomads to throw that smoke on the default, maybe anticipating that that AWP could see play.
It's also quite an early smoke out towards the apartment side, so I do wonder if they recognize that there would have been fewer players on A right now, but that recognition would be a little bit out of date.
Yeah, a little late to capitalize.
And now they've got 4 players to deal with. 4 coming out through apartments is not an easy time, not at all. A deep smoke back to Moto, and an incendiary to block them. They cannot go through here. The flashbangs are going to be completely wasted. This lack of coordination is going to be coming back to bite them. And now they're confused. Now they don't know where to go. They're receding, but the fight taken by Hooligan is all alone. Inz is not going to be responded to in numbers or in kind. It is simply a 2 versus 5. Nomads have been thwarted by 1 incendiary.
That's sometimes all it takes. It's a fantastic timing inside of those apartments. I mean, really heads up play. But Randy has found a way out. Yeah, 30 seconds and being able to deal with Nedic as that last bastion on that B-bomb site. Sure, there's a lack of smokes, but he can hazard the cross. He gets legged on his journey.
What is Para doing?
Para has not moved a muscle, and Randy's going to get run down. Sure, he gets that bomb planted, but now Para knows he's deeply out of position.
Para, buddy. You're not saving anymore.
Well, no, he is saving now.
You speak too soon. You speak too goddamn soon, Michael.
And yet somehow it's all right. Well, that certainly got a little bit more interesting than it looked like it was going to be, but if not for that kill for Randy, there is basically no way back into the round. Good recognition, though, from FlyQuest that it was a very last-ditch effort from the Nomads and that they were still spread far too thin.
Well, we're going to put behind that 2 versus 3 for a second because we still have Nomads with a bye. Deep nades and Regali is going to be caught by them. Incendiary is quickly extinguished, so he is allowed to back off, but in the early exchange in Banana, they don't feel like they've really taken the win. These follow-up grenades, though, could be making a difference. Vexite still has his. The T's have so far not really got Banana or Apartments control, but with FlyQuest taking such a defensive line early on, Apps will be kind of free. You don't need any utility to try and recover it.
I mean, honestly, you know, FlyQuest actually want them to try and take Banana because they're starting 3B fairly often and just allowing these two A players to try and operate.
And in they go. That short incendiary will be completely disrespected. Flashes overhead, and this time they will be effective. The big player has been forced back, and In's inside has somehow gotten the kill with the USP. Leah has finally dealt with, and they have control over the site, but the problem is Hooligan covering off Library successfully, so twice as well. Both Netic and Regali end up being just casualties to his name. I'm surprised Vexite wants to commit, but maybe his scoreline is a convincing matter. Two quick kills, and number 3 is now feeling scared. Clouden on 31 HP, and Vexite with an aura of invincibility. As Clouden will peek forward, realizes the smoke is covering. Vexite taps the bomb, sticks the bomb, goes in for it all, and Clouden on the spray simply cannot get it done. The damage is insufficient. He doesn't know where the bomb is planted.
I mean, that is a full access, like off-axis defuse there from Vexite. That's a great heads-up play from him. Even just committing to that defuse inside of the smoke, he knew it was planted for Veto. It just simply was so far off the traditional spot. Had Vexite jumped directly on that bomb, I think he's a dead man. But again, we've seen so much growth from what was this young prodigal player that everyone had such high hopes for. From explosive to clutch. His CS IQ has improved so much.
Netic in the meanwhile, he's got an MP9 derby over here.
There's still more where that came from.
Hello, Mr. Vexite. You feeling good for 2? Well, yes you are. 12-6. And FlyQuest's only stumbles were because of that pistol round. The second half has been unforgiving from them.
It's feeling, I mean, they're riding a confidence high, especially after that Vexite clutch. Things were starting to take a turn for the worse, especially with the good starts from the Nomads. Some of the executes were looking solid. They were getting entries. They were even finding some of these bailouts. But yeah, now that FlyQuest are within an inch of closing this map, don't know that the Nomads are going to stay composed.
Double nade out. Doesn't actually do that much damage. The T's can still find very fair duels. Regali is gone, but Inz will find Hooligan. And again, that lack of backup. Hooligan only has himself to blame. Trying to find a timing is Vexite, but that time is over. Netic now wondering whether to proceed or reseed. Well, he will be buried instead.
It's a good punishment there from Headax. I mean, if not for those 2 kills, this round looked like it was going to develop in a pretty poor way towards that A-bomb site. And so now that they can finish on B, a smoke down as well, even just still hovering Para on that lurk. You can see there's a bit of hesitance there from FlyQuest. Liaz has not moved a muscle from pit.
Ains is being met by utility wherever he goes.
It should be a call to save.
It really should, but the problem is saving will not be free. Liaz is going to be contested more likely than not. Para expecting him in the position, but Liaz will just win out the duel.
Now Para's just probably frustrated as well because Liaz was super patient. You know, he was expecting basically Liaz wouldn't move unless In's got a kill or something through the smoke, something that could, you know, justify going for the retake attempt. So instead he secures a path to hold on to these weapons.
There might be reasons to be critical of Liaz, but impatience is not one of them.
No.
He's always been a player who plays with a ruler.
He steps up in some great games as well.
He really does. Especially when the traditional stars are not performing. You know, that's sort of what I looked at Vexite for in the past. Now I consider him the traditional star.
Sure, yeah. And it will mean a lot as well, especially in the period where Inz is less of a, I guess, a punching man.
Sometimes punching men become punching bags.
He's more of a thinker's guy these days. So those glasses adds 10 IQ.
I know. But the problem is, sometimes not IQ, it's sometimes just, hey, how hard can you hit? Netic cannot hit very hard at all. He struggled all game long, but Vexite shows him how it's done. Just don't look at them. I'm telling you. That's all it takes.
Don't let them look at you.
Yeah. Try to find as many things to shoot through and put them all together.
It's a good way to equalize at the very least.
Liaz and Regali.
Oh,
about
God.
Para needed to punish. He's at least expecting Liaz's position, which has been pretty much static so far. The grenade is going to make him a little bit more timid as well. But Regali at the same time starts to push forward, Clouden turning away. And with the flashbang coming through, Clouden's only hope for victory in that duel was to just shoot Regali. He is on wheels! And they keep spinning, spinning, spinning. The wheels on this bus are going round and round, and unfortunately Nomads have been thrown underneath it.
This is far from how I expected this game to conclude. But why not? One of these stars that has been so consistent here for FlyQuest since donning the green. Regali will look to close a 3K in this game. And in this round, it will be INS that tops it all off. A fantastic showing here from FlyQuest throughout Inferno. They pick it into the series, and they don't look like they've slept that much on this particular matchup. They gave the Nomads respect, and, well, the Nomads get a very, very quick wake-up call.
Even the most generous characterization of this game would be, oh, there were a few places where maybe it could have gone wrong. FlyQuest were just dominant all across, though, if we're being perfectly honest. That first half was obviously just so picture perfect. They lose the pistol round. They win the force fight with 5 alive. They take 4 MP9s forward, and they just keep on steamrolling from that. And this second half, yeah, sure, you lose the first few rounds. That'll happen to the best of teams if you're losing a pistol. That's okay. FlyQuest were never truly deterred.
Yeah, I just really felt as though you could see in that CT side, especially from FlyQuest, they did a fantastic job of trying to hinge off one another. Hell, even on T side, you saw the flashes were a little bit better. There was a little bit more purpose behind them, whereas the Nomads were sometimes taking these risks, taking dry fights, and it did find them openings, but it didn't help them close the rounds.
Well, listen, Neokai, obviously, you had, you know, a lot of good things to say about FlyQuest. Feels like you're always right now.
Thank you very much. I mean, what an introduction to the big leagues for Nomads, right? My God, this is the level that FlyQuest can play against. And again, coming back to sort of what I was saying, it does really feel that when we come back to playing kind of within the APAC region, anyone that's not like the rest of the top 5 kind of bar Mongols, FlyQuest will eviscerate. They just don't show respect. They don't need to show respect. What a performance. Vexa looked fantastic. And I think this has actually been quite an interesting talking point. You know, when we look towards this FlyQuest side, for the longest time, it's always been about INS being the numbers man, right? Being the hero when he wasn't the one calling. Now that he's not, we actually do need to look towards Vexa to actually bolster up those numbers and be a man who can step up in big moments. And I think he had a fantastic game. Looked really, really solid. Regali also looked fantastic. Yeah. That ending there as well, I think just a real show of flair from him too. So fantastic. 9-3 half to start things. And sure, you know, we lost the pistols, both pistols in fact. That's really the only downside you can talk about FlyQuest. As pistols maybe need to clean up a bit, but aside from that, I'm really happy with what I've seen. What a way to start the series, start your tournament. Doesn't seem like jet lag, as you mentioned, Yumi, is really affecting them.
And listen, I did get a little fearful for FlyQuest because they had a very convincing first half, and I've seen a lot of games where FlyQuest look really, really good in like a first map or a first half, and then things start to, you know, the wheels fall off the bus. But that Vexite clutch brought them right back into this game, and from then on out, they never looked back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look on the flip side as well, T-Time, and it's worth mentioning for Nomads, you know, you're looking at kind of 2 names that have become quite, I guess, consistently brought up for us. Has been Hooligan, has been Clouden, and both of which just really couldn't get going. And I think in particular, it has to be said in Clouden. Hooligan sure had his moments here and there, but Clouden has become like the guy for us for a while now when we've been casting Nomads, and yeah, we went missing.
Funnily enough, even though the numbers don't reflect it, I felt like Hooligan was actually taking on more pressure than Clouden was, because there were so many moments where it felt like Hooligan was trying to force another fight, right? Oh, I've got a kill, I've got some space, I'm gonna go first, and there's no one behind him. You know, you think back to that first off pick that he lost out versus Regali on the B-bomb side as well, where he's peeking try in a game without any utility. Hooligan was trying to get that extra inch, but FlyQuest just weren't giving it to him. That adjustment never came through. Clouden, yeah, he lost a lot of duels and whatnot. He wasn't the player we were hoping he could be, but also I never felt like he was necessarily always making like quote-unquote bad decisions or anything.
Yeah, I think he was just picking his moments to be aggressive, and the times he did, he actually found the opener very frequently. So it's just, it felt like he was trying to mix up the aggressive early fighting style that we've come to know and appreciate with Clouden, and it did feel like just a more holistic failing from the Nomads coming into this map. Meanwhile, they just didn't have someone that could ever really, I guess, be on the same level as Vexite throughout this entire Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, T, talk to me about this guy. Vexite, what a game from him. 21-11, 104 ADR.
Don't you just hate this guy? Absolutely have to hate him. I mean, listen, he comes in, he looks like he's going to bully me from my childhood again, and then he just goes out and destroys all of the Mongolian side as well. Vexite's unfair. That's what he is. It feels like he's just a bit of a cheat code for this team right now because his form just stays static, and it's all the way up there.
And I'll keep going back to what I was saying, Yumi. I mean, it generally feels like with In now in the calling department, he is required to put these performances on a regular basis. And it's still, you know, the jury's still out of whether he can do this consistently, but that's a really good indication. You're against a side that you should be dominating, and he does. That's what you want from a rifler who could, in the future, be a real star.
I think the funny thing is that when people saw Netic being added to the team, we're thinking, oh, well, he might end up becoming the new star. He could be the new Ins, but if Vexite's like, no, hold on, buddy. You got in line first. Yeah, you got to go through the hierarchy. You can be the new
Vexite if you want.
You got to go through the hierarchy first.
Exactly. You know, I guess on the flip side for Netic, it wasn't lights out from him, but he wasn't really required. I actually, you know, the way I look at it, it's fine when you're winning in a fashion that you've just picked up a win. I don't think we need to go into kind of too much details from him, but I'm actually quite excited to see what he can bring. I liked what I saw from him kind of playing in and around the Aussie scene, so I'm excited for the prospects of him under Inz's leadership.
Funnily enough, I think Netic is going to be a liability in this tournament overall because there's so much more pressure now compared to every single match he's ever played, in the sense that FlyQuest are now favorites going into literally every single series. It doesn't matter if they're playing Tyloo or Rare Adam or anyone, there's going to be serious firepower on the other side. You are actually having to deal with some very adverse conditions where every team is treating you like a favorite. Netic's going to have a tough time.
We'll have to find out, right? We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we're heading in towards map number 2. Is Mirage up next? It is the pick of Nomads. Can they come back? We'll see.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
I'm Vexite and I play for Team FlyQuest. I started gaming when I was around 5. My dad just had a PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and he was just playing games on it. And then Counter-Strike sort of crept in when I was about probably 10 years old or 11 years old. And a lot of my friends moved to Counter-Strike, and I was like, I guess I'll start playing it. But I only started taking it serious when I was about 16 or 17, when I dropped out of school. And yeah, that's when I made it my full focus. So in the Australian scene, I was always one of like 2 or 3 of like the youngest players in the region. But I'd say I had a lot of hype around my name domestically. I'd say when I was about 16 or 17 is when I realized I could be a tier 1 player. So I just decided to put school on hold and focus on CS. And yeah, that's what I did, and ended up joining Greyhound and then in FlyQuest. So last year we won a tournament, DreamHack Atlanta, and that was the first tournament an Australian team has won in a very long time internationally. So I think that's really set the expectations for our goals, and it really gave us a taste of, I guess, what winning is like at an international level, and it just showed us what we really want. We've travelled a long way to get here, and we're looking to do Australia proud.
Well, we come back with bated breath to see whether Nomads can make a comeback in towards this series. It is Mirage up next. Now, T-Time, I do worry about this map for a multitude of different reasons. First of all, FlyQuest just in the individuals are just better. We've kind of just seen it as well. Vexite can step up. We know Inns can have his moments. Regali, Netic, everybody can kind of really find their form. And Mirage is the pugger's paradise. It's the great litmus test, as I like to put it. But for Nomads, it's also not been statistically like a great map for them. Sure, they did beat Ninja on it in the close qual. I'll give them that. That was a pretty decent win, but you know, FlyQuest beat Na'Vi, so it's a big.
To be fair, I mean, have you seen Na'Vi this year, bro?
I might be able to.
No, look, obviously there is no way to cut it differently. Nomads should lose this, right? Yeah. But I will give the devil's advocate. I will say Inferno was a map where I think they ended up looking more nervy, even in positions where they should have won it. I will say that it felt like spacing is harder to manage on Inferno, especially when you are being segmented off by utility and the like, when you're so reliant on having utility out at the right time as a CT side especially, right? So I think Mirage might be a better look for them individually. I think you might actually see a better hold, for example, than what we had from, you know, Randy and Hennex on that B-bomb side, where they had only one setup on the CT side that they ran every single round.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, Yumi, what are your thoughts? I mean, we go into towards Mirage. It is a map which we generally like to say that puggier and maybe slightly more inexperienced teams can at least look a bit more confident on, because everyone knows it. Everyone plays it in the pugs and the scrims and all the rest.
Yeah, I mean, Dust 2 and Mirage are those two maps where you think, well, who's to say that the underdog couldn't punch up? But I think the Nomads have to come in with a lot of prep.
Let's find out, right? We're going to head in towards map number 2. It is Mirage up next to see whether Nomads can stay alive or if FlyQuest are going to breeze through their opening game of Group B. Fellas, take it away.
Does Nomads dare to contest the Australian Tide? And does it matter if they do?
Yeah, well, they're really banking on the fact that FlyQuest haven't been able to change too much during their travels. Not exactly a map that they've had to play a ton of, but you know, they used it as a map that they saw success in the MRQ with. They beat Na'Vi at Melbourne with it, and then they got obliterated by Spirit. But Spirit are Spirit on Mirage.
Spirit are Spirit on most maps, unfortunately. Yeah. And Liaz right now is hoping to pull off a bit of a spirited performance himself. Vexite good for one. Liaz and Natic find theirs as well. It feels like it's cake being split up and everyone gets a slice.
Yeah, the pistol has gone swimmingly for FlyQuest. A great opening setup with the dually set up in the apartments. Had 3 players in position, and even when it seemed like the Nomads wanted to pick up the pace for this pistol, they just get thrown into the grinder.
That's a lot of Kevlar kept alive as well.
Yeah.
For the CT side.
Gonna feel good about how that went.
Yeah, I don't really think there's anything else to add to it. FlyQuest, great stack on the B-bomb side that they're completely ready for, and you know, Hooligan and the boys are not going to be going into this one with their heads held high.
Yeah, the only caveat, the only way forward here for the Nomads had to be on a tactical prowess level, because form-wise, it's looking like FlyQuest are pretty fired up after some of their disappointments internationally. And it will be nice that if they can get a nice confident start to their ACL campaign.
I know you said B didn't work, but maybe if we just do it again. Hooligan and Hennex and Randy and Clouden. Let's just add another name in there. And Para. They found out that, you know what? Maybe Insanity is just doing the same thing over and over again.
Maybe B is off limits, actually. That was a full force buy that they made to look like a full eco. He just gonna get destroyed.
Did they? How many? I would love to know how many bullets were actually fired by the T side. I think it might have been 2 in totality.
Yeah, they were running through Util, right? So didn't get really clean duels.
We tried the Glocks. We've tried the techs. Let's try the Deagles.
This time not to be.
Let's try the Deagles. Okay, 1 for 1, 2 for 1.
And there'll be no reason to upgrade away from these MP9s unless they're taken away by force.
Mirage is also a map, I feel like, where you can get disrespectful a lot more comfortably than Inferno as well.
Yeah, especially on the default. I think even in the best teams, I think one of the hallmarks and one of the points I always look back to is, you know, the old Gambit, for example. They were really, really good on their defaults on Mirage, but it can also feel like there are going to be gaps that can be exploited based on how your extremities players play, whether they're going to consistently sort of mount up in Palace, or if they're going to try and take deep apartments on that B-bomb site. It can be very easy to find this gap, and I think, you know, the example I always use is, you know, Acl very infrequently would clear underpass, for example, and that was some ways that was a way in which a team could disrupt them on that CT side. But
Regali is going into round number 4 with an AWP, full util, and $1,500 to spare. Those MP9 kills have done well by him. This is what I mean by easy to be disrespectful. Michael, you are just going to see them swinging mid many times over. That HE as well doesn't feel like it's going to let Clouden have any room to breathe at all. And, well, he doesn't have room to breathe. He doesn't need it because he's dead.
Nomads are just trying to set up in a slow default, and they've already lost 2 players for their troubles. So, yeah, FlyQuest are clearly willing to fight and show that mid is not going to be taken for free.
Natic taken down. And with the smoke there is a chance to actually climb up. Regali, timing is going to be great to drop the bomb in its transition period. Now in this 2 versus 4, Hennex feel like he is wanting more.
Running back bottom con as well when you know there's an AWP short will not feel great.
It also doesn't feel great having ins with an MP9 in Palace already there. Liaz rotates back into CT as well. And Barrow's trying to spam him over, and good enough damage.
He's doing a decent job of it, yeah.
But time is running low.
Push from Vex side as well through the B apartment, so full information available here for FlyQuest that it shouldn't be a B-side finish.
Do they consider Inz's position at all?
It will probably go disregarded. If they can try and account for it, great, but they have nothing to block off this sector.
Barrow will be able to take him down, and with the information on Liaz as well known, they are going to be wary about CT spawn, but they move back and actually clear out for Vexite. Regali's kill is critical, and Vexite just hasn't actually lost any duels. Feels like from Inferno to Mirage, you can't kill him unless it's the side of his head.
Yeah, 9-0 start. I mean, they decide to pressure B a couple of times. This time Vexite's aggressive off of short, and even sets up for Regali to feast as well with that early AWP.
Read him and weep, or rejoice.
But we will not mince our words. Nomads were definitely the most unproven, probably the lowest. I mean, they are the lowest ranked team that we have at this stage of the tournament.
Until Chinga's Warriors dropped out.
Yeah, well. We did not have high hopes, but maybe we're still expecting more. A swift reminder that these top dogs are nothing to play with.
Oh my Ooh, that's a nice little kill to find. Randy has at least disabled raid boss Vexite.
And does a swing on isolation. There was a mid-window smoke by the time that Vexite went for that swing.
This is going to be a mid-retake attempt. If they don't go for it, FlyQuest could just completely lose around on B. Lias is fully solo here. The problem is Nomads are now insecure. They don't know where to go, and without any more smokes for this mid-window, you need to get out.
They'll retake on good timing as well, just as Nomads vacate, and with an absence of pressure being built there from the T's, FlyQuest can now sit a little bit more comfortably inside of the sites.
FlyQuest have spread out a lot, though. You leave Inz and Netic on this A-bomb site. And with 3 players late coming in from A main, Inz is going to be nestled underneath balcony. Now, they have Molotovs. It's a smoke, so they're worried about. So you would expect to see one finding its way to CT and or under Palace. Netic with utility in his hand is not going to be great, and with Inz now revealing position, he's only good for the one. Hennex, in fact, on the ladder is able to trace him out, so a fantastic double will give them the likely round win.
Yeah, it seems like a minor miscommunication there from FlyQuest. I mean, to have Netic caught off guard so heavily, it seemed as though it hadn't been told to him that Inz couldn't cover his Palace. It's a little disappointing for FlyQuest in that moment because, you know, had they played a little bit more conservatively in safer positions, then they could have created a crossfire just as Nomads were coming up from ramp.
Yes, will not be allowed to save the AWP, even if he can take a lot of lives with him.
These are the small cracks I am expecting to see from FlyQuest. They had Mirage as a permaban for a long time under Dexter. And sure, they're opening up their map pool slightly to it and deciding, yeah, you know what? We don't mess with Train either. It's just, it'll be... You'll have to try and pressure FlyQuest enough that these cracks actually show.
I appreciate the win from Nomads, right? It's good late round planning. But it relied on a clean kill on the Vex side to open up the map. Now the question is, do they have more like it? That first kill, that first opener will likely be the hardest fought battle for this team.
I like the adjustment, pulling Vexite over towards the A side. It's had the hot hand.
Hennex is a patient man. He's unlikely to want to move. Vexite backs off, and now with Nomads not being given any contest, a late window smoke will be met by a bottom connector one from the CTs. There are a lot of numbers out towards the A-bomb site, but none of them is wielding an AWP. Regali featuring back to B. I think they know Nomads is in middle.
It's the only thing that they do know.
Well, they would like to have a bit more knowledge. Para. Now the fact that he has backed off, but the repeak is ill-advised. 45 seconds left, and FlyQuest will be able to find that single kill that helps them reinforce the A-bomb site through Regali as well. Nomads will have a limited window to actually go into the site, but they'll have a lot of utility to do so with. That is utility that will not be deployed, though. They are trying to dry contact out with Hooligans AWP. There is not a single soul under Palace. Hennex will have to get the kills with his AK instead. Good for the one, but Netic's flashbang catches him out. Hennex repeats back out over. Netic taken down. Will they expect Vexite in this corner? No, they don't. The bomb is not being planted in a way that Vexite can easily interrupt, though. Hennex trades away, and Regali brings Randy back alone. 1 versus 2, watching out for the AWP. Regali doesn't know if Randy's gone back inside the smoke, but at least he'll be able to cover off the package with one of his own. Spots out Randy, but now it's the M4 that he has to do the job with. There are kits available. There are more smokes available. FlyQuest can take their time, but Randy He doesn't have a lot on his own watch. It is the HE from Lias to finish him off, and Vexite's hidden element makes such a big difference.
Absolutely. And just understanding as well that once they cleared things towards B, especially Para, that typical lurk that we had from Inferno, for him to lose his life so quickly, they were much more confident in committing to that rotate. The fact that Regali is able to get towards A in time to actually find this trade onto Henix into Palace. Regali just applies so much pressure to Randy in that clutch that Lias has time to pull utility and finish the job.
It's a nice round from Henix, but I am a little bit surprised that he didn't actually look back towards CT spawn again with a player already at connector. Great early pick from Vexite. How many times am I going to say that?
It may be many more.
He'd like it to be.
Coupled with Regali, it does seem like these two are, again, just packing so much of a punch, and it's Vexite that just stops them in at ramp. Another kill, and sure, he goes traded, but there's more where that came from.
Randy. Can't find anything over there. Nomads will be limited to a single round in their success. There is no reasonable way for Clouden to make any pathways forward here. No. Might not be any unreasonable ones either now.
Come on, do another one.
Now the other type. The other type. Oh.
Well, he got smoked off inside of Palace. That's why he was so disjointed with his teammate. And by the time he gets to ramp, his teammate was gone. We have not seen the Clouden we had from the early days of the close qualifier really rear its head in honestly, even their last few games coming out of that close qual. It's where we start to see the emergence of players like Para, to see Hooligan lead from the front. Right now, it just feels like any of these weapons, any of these pieces are simply struggling to find their individual level. I'm sure there are these small moments of punishment, especially when FlyQuest commit to these overswings, but those conditions are so predicated off of FlyQuest committing to very aggressive duels.
To be fair, right?
Okay.
To Clouden, does feel like you're starting off every round 3 versus 5. These opening duels have been difficult, and Clouden has very rarely been a man to actually fight for the early stages of the round across pretty much any stage. But you're right. Everything sounds like an excuse when you're 0-6. And as nice as excuses might sound as placation, they're not going to let you get round wins when Vexite is just killing you. He is just mowing you down.
There's nothing he can do wrong, it feels like. I mean, the perfect read on how this round was going to develop. And he could even finish it off with an ace. The tags are decent, and especially with Henix on 1 HP, it's the nade that will finish off the job on 1. It's a 4K from Vexite to deal with these Tech 9s. The HE to blow the smoke, the mow down, wherever they seem to go, Vexite is a constant problem. And I love how mobile he's being. It's almost like he's the AWPer. He's being given this free reign to run about the shop. When they think they're suspicious of a potential A-side finish, Vexite is there to help reinforce in back-to-back rounds, typically positioned on short. And while this time he won't hit the movement, he sees the pressure being mounted here by the Nomads in mid.
Inns had to win that duel.
Inns must feel like he's playing a different game because he's watching Vexite farm and he's getting his head ripped off.
Mate, I want to do what you're doing. Regali's good for the one, but does he realize Henix is nearby? He's heard that Molotov, and he's heard Henix going through. Regali happy to take that fight head on. Randy and Clouden in middle. That short-lived advantage that they were able to find has not given them anything. In fact, Etic felt like he was in a great position to punish, but Clouden still gets the duel and inaugurates the scoreboard with it.
They go through the smoke.
I mean, Vexite not in a great position, and Clouden was asked to perform, perhaps. It is time he delivered. They are worried about Regali being nearby, and rightfully so, but Regali in the meanwhile is pulling out his best cosplay. Hey guys, look at me, I'm a terrorist now.
Yeah, wants to get out of the CT side as fast as possible. Now this will be a save call.
Randy might just find Regali over here, and it would be such an upsetting death. Why is this guy in ladder room?
It could be disappointment, or he could just find another kill. Randy does eventually strike, and so that AWP will not be carried over into the following round, but it's not like they're lacking for cash.
Yeah, it helps Elias's zero deaths, right?
He's been the piggy bank.
It's been the saving strategy for FlyQuest.
Well, it's a great round from Clouden at the very least.
And listen, not too bad start from Acl X either.
Yeah.
I appreciate the fact that at the very least these Extremity players are actually willing to get aggressive as well, right? Henex finds that kill, and within that advantage, he tries to force more fights back towards the A-bomb site when they know where Vexite is. Now, yes, it doesn't work out, but, you know, trying to trade versus Regalia and whatnot as well. At the very least, we're not seeing Nomads shy away from confrontation.
It is just funny, though. I mean, you see the duality of man in Counter-Strike sometimes. I mean, Regalia and Vexite feel like they just constantly come up with these multi-kills. They're getting away with frags they probably shouldn't. And then on the other part of the table, I mean, FlyQuest are kind of struggling on the rest of the core to find as much impact or as much success. Finally, Vexite put in the grave by Hooligan's quick flick.
Good to see. Nomads were able to win out the last round. They got an early entry onto Vexite in a very similar position. And Regalia is actually over here on B, so this is a largely pretty easy to take over a bomb site, especially if Clouden is getting kills like it. Inns reveals position, and now FlyQuest are worried. Yeah, do we go back to A? Is it B? What's going on over here?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely disrupting the comms here for FlyQuest. The fastest timing that the Nomads have looked to hit in trying to exploit middle control.
They have the players in the right position, though. Regalia and Lias both also have HE grenades. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull them out at a stage like this. But Regalia and Lias are also both going to be looking down over towards this apartment stage from Van. Regalia's found his second kill as well. He actually finds Randy with a no-scope headshot. Unfortunately, despite all of the advantages they're able to find on Nomads, because they were already pre-planning the B-side hit, they could never actually punish Inns' rotation.
And it's effectively a 2-on-4 on that bomb site, and it's fantastic work there from Regalia. Him going close to Van like that with an AWP feels like it could have been a big mistake, but I'm glad I didn't call it out as one because he does phenomenal work. Yeah, absolute disappointment. And while there were no jumps on that AWP, a little jump scare for the Nomads, perhaps.
3 players are looking to come out of Palace. It's going to be a classic Palace pop, and with Regalia blind, now beheaded. This is exactly what they needed. CTs fight back through the smokes, yes, but their own economy might keep them from fighting too much longer. Netic continues to struggle, and while Vexite is on fire, it's more ways than just the one.
I mean, they've got kits. They've got a good amount of util as well to block off some of these post plants, but they're fighting forward here on Nomads, and Para just gets demolished. Lias surviving on 1 HP, and while he will go traded, it's the boogeyman that still stays alive. Vexite, 18-5, and could add another clutch to his tally. Randy fearful. A smoke that's drawn, and Vexite will find the kill. He'll jump the defuse, and with that kit, he will commit another atrocity to the Nomad hearts.
They're so scared of him. This was pure terror of who is on the other side. You hear that 10-second beeping going on, and you just aren't convinced that you're going to be able to get the spray inside the smoke. And also, I mean, look at this shot from Lias. That feels unfair. Para plays that perfectly as well. He waits for that smoke to start reassembling. He peeks out nicely. He gets the headshot. And Lias has an AK. It's the one position where the CT should win it. With that AK-47. Vexite, he wins it from every position. 20-5.
He's really just, it just feels like he's having like a free game. I don't really know how to describe it. So many other pieces, we're looking at it from their perspective, they're getting demolished. And while Inns does lose his duel, Netic does sweep up the rest. There's still another player that lurks out towards this A-bomb site, however, and so it has created this path of safety for the bomb to make its way over. They may be down a man, but if Clouden gets deep and is able to establish control, it could turn, but there's Regalia with that AWP.
Clouden felt so much pressure to guarantee it, but Regalia's miss. there's time for Nomad to rotate if they want to. Randy is in a great position as well if he wants to play forward from jungle. But Para doesn't desire the hesitation. Para just wants to commit to the bomb plant over here, but he's so worried, he's so scared. Rightfully so. Netic spotted. Now, he doesn't know where to go. Vexite is going to take the duel, and for once he'll lose it. For once, he will do wrong. It still leaves Para alone. A 1-on-2, and while Netic has struggled, sure, this will not be one of those rounds. 10 on the board, double digits from Vitality.
Vitality? They may be playing as well as them right now against the Nomads, but FlyQuest have a long way to go. I mean, an incredibly convincing half, that's for sure, and it's easy to confuse.
In my head, I just combined the letter V from Vexite with, oh, great team that cannot lose, Vitality, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Vexite was playing like he could have been on that squad. I mean, right now, just doing so much for FlyQuest, that's for sure. And even when those heavy hitters, those big pieces, lose their lives, it's not like the rest of the squad are necessarily slouching. They've been on the receiving end of some pretty devastating peaks from the Nomads, that's true. But you just know that there's a clear class difference in this matchup.
At least for two of their players.
Yeah.
To be fair to Liaz, he never actually missed.
Yeah, no.
Well, how many deaths did he finish on? I would be surprised if it's more than 2.
Probably, yeah, I think it probably was about 2.
God, Liaz just had the freest B-side game ever.
Well, they had their early shutdowns, and then every time they went back to B, they just kept encountering the same problem.
Like the 2 versus 4 as well. I mean, 3v4, sure, but on the side itself, it was 2v4 between him and Regali.
And sometimes they were able to jump into that B-bomb site when Netic wasn't a problem, but yeah, Liaz was still another one that I had to consider. It's nice to see. I'm glad that FlyQuest are running with this. We wanted it to be a convincing start, especially because they find themselves kind of within almost the group of death, right? With Tyloo and Rare Adam also on the other side of the bracket. It is going to be a tough test for them as they continue, but they've been encountering some of these difficult trials in their international ventures already. So, you know, coming back to regional opposition and domestic competition, you should expect that they'll have taken lessons away from those experiences. And the last thing you want, especially when you bring in heavier hitters, you transition roles, you have a Vexite that looks really strong, Regali looks good as well. The last thing you want is to be a team that could be marked as one that can be upset from underneath you. When you're trying to punch up, sometimes you can get distracted and lose focus on just maintaining your own position within the world rankings or within just the tiers of Counter-Strike. The last thing you want is for FlyQuest to look a shadow of themselves against a team that they should definitely beat on paper.
I mean, on paper, FlyQuest is the strongest team in this entire tournament. Even rankings can be overlooked in a lot of ways because Lin's obviously wins recently have all been domestic. FlyQuest, sure, their losses have been international, but it's not like they haven't looked convincing in a lot of them. FlyQuest comes into this as the spiritual first seed.
It's just whether or not they can deal with all the things behind the scenes that allow them to become that.
Well, I mean, Nomads are going to be a seed that's never planted. There isn't a tree coming out. They're not even planted.
Have you seen the steps? It looks dry.
Vexite saw a sprout. He stomped on it. No plants for you. Go back to the Gobi Desert.
I was going to say, Sprout? What, Savage isn't in the server?
Yeah, well, you know, he's not going to be in any servers with the way things are going. No, but this is exactly what FlyQuest were hoping to showcase in that first day. Showcase they're having a good time. Come on, someone fist bump the man or I'm going to have to go do it myself.
I don't think the cords are long enough to allow us to do that.
I'll throw my mic away if I get the fist bump, Liaz. I want to feel like I'm one of the team. FlyQuest, however, they're going to start off and hope that they can finish off showing Nomads how to do it on the B-bomb site. Well, Nomads are going to be leaving Para very, very lonely. Para doesn't like being lonely. He is now unable to see, and he is also unable to frag. Regali, undeterred by fire and lightning, brimstone, throw whatever you want at him. Regali wants to kill.
by God, he'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, minimal resistance really being experienced in this round. Every duel, every fight falls their way. It's a 4K for Regali from entry to close.
It's also now 3 rounds where they don't lose a single player. Easy does it. First round, second round after that, and now this.
I wasn't even sure if you're going to count that one from Inferno, but...
No, just talking about Mirage.
Yeah, who needs to?
I don't remember Inferno. All I remember is Liaz being 10-1, Vexite being 20-6, and Regali 19-4. KD Warriors, unite!
Yeah, but they've been fighting.
I know. Regali wants to fight some more. 5-7, spotted out, eliminated twice.
It's a consolation kill there for Clouden, but a nade that looked to trace him out. Regali actually kills his teammate behind him, so Clouden sits alone inside of this ladder room, and it will be a jumping Ins that hopes to deal with him. In fact, the USP more than enough for Ins.
I was sure Ins would die there. He's been having such poor luck in a lot of the game.
Hey, if he's going to be judged as an in-game leader, he will be judged on the wins.
I really appreciate the work he's put into Vexite, right? Like that's exactly why Vexite's getting all these kills.
Yeah. He taught him everything he knew.
Yeah. And Regali,
yeah,
you seen Ins hopping?
He's leapfrogged.
12-2. The Chuckles are one-sided. And by that I mean they're on our side. FlyQuest look easy breezy. Nomads look like they've had less stressful days.
It's nice that FlyQuest look stoic as well in their victory. You know, they're not getting overexcited. They understand that they are the favorites, and they are certainly playing like it. And I've said it a few times, but I've had worries about the FlyQuest mental. If they can maintain focus throughout entire series, it can be very hard to stop this team.
Vexite watching out for the MP9 push. Oh.
Kind of fell asleep a little bit,
yeah.
But it's fine. He's able to adjust in time.
It's easy to be woken up when you get shot in the head.
Yeah.
Clouden has so much to do over here. Oh, well, does find the early headshots, but unfortunately, it has to be Hooligan to finish off the kill. The MP9 keeps on swinging, but Netic does trade. Henex will showcase himself from long range, and with Netic being low, Netic doesn't want to contest him anymore. They will reroute back to the B-bomb site where Para has vacated. You want B? Well, you can have it. You had it all the first half. Why stop now?
They were starting to lean away. You could see Para pulling himself away from B, but with that Molotov, with the plant as well, they know that they were wrong about the read.
That late window smoke is going to make things all the more troublesome, and if they weren't troublesome enough, it's now Henex left alone. 1-on-3, none on 3, 13-2. If there were any doubts about FlyQuest, if there was ever any questions about them, they have come through and answered them all.
Yeah, I mean, an absolutely dominant display here from FlyQuest. And sure, there was a little bit of a question about who would emerge as the most convincing in our day in Group B. In our foray with Tyloo Rare Atom, it was a bit of a one-sided affair on the second map, but here for FlyQuest, from start to finish, on both maps in this series, they devastate the Nomads.
I mean, this makes things incredibly interesting, right, moving forward as well for this group. But for FlyQuest, they can go back with their heads held high. There's no doubt about who are the stars on this team. It is Vexite, it is Regali, and if everyone else starts waking up, where right now they weren't really needed, let's be perfectly frank, this team is going to be absolutely lethal.
Yeah, it's always a question about who's going to be that third man, really, now on this team. And sure, Netic comes in as this guy that's heavily fragging within the Oceanic region, but we have high hopes that even with it seeming like a two-horse race so far within FlyQuest, Netic can emerge that third star as well, and then you have the reliability of pieces like Liaz, and maybe Ins can forge that himself as well.
They chill now, they're relaxed, they're feeling good, they're looking good, and now Kai, you're much of the same.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I mean, a great game for the FlyQuest side. They just looked excellent all the way throughout. A lot to like, in the perfect way to start into the tournament, where there is actually really high hopes for this team. Another masterclass from Vexite, another game which really showcases his prowess, and again, same for Regali, right? On the flip side, another one we're missing, Clouden, looked very nervy and very, I don't know, just off his game, and I think a lot of it comes down to just not feeling comfortable and maybe showing a little bit too much respect to a side of FlyQuest. But this is the start start that we wanted to see, fellas, for FlyQuest. Coming towards this tournament, get out the gates against, you know, not to be harsh on the easiest team in this playoffs, right? And just set the tone early doors that, hey, we're not here to mess around, right? We're here to go the whole distance. We want the EWC spot. We want that lion's share 300k, and we want to prove that we are, after the Mongols, the best in APAC.
Well, I mean, listen, this is not how they're going to prove it, but at the very least, it's a very, very, very good start. It's a good declaration of war as they come out towards ACL. And the fact of the matter is that this should have gone exactly as it is, right? FlyQuest is miles better than Nomads, and I did think there was a chance maybe for like a one-map upset in there. I did think that, hey, maybe we're going to be able to see like a supernatural step up, but unfortunately, things were pretty normal.
I think for me, the disappointment for the Nomads is that, you know, the layers of what we saw from the close qualifier, from like their adjustments to setups, the anti-striding that they seem to pull through, none of that seemed to be a factor in this matchup whatsoever. It seemed like everything they were doing was fairly bog standard. They were trying to run defaults very heavily. They tried to exploit, you know, early aggression just to throw off the FlyQuest squad, but as they got more and more comfortable in the game, I mean, it didn't actually seem to affect FlyQuest that heavily. Even if they, you know, the Nomads got the opening picks they were looking for, it was very difficult for them to convert. I guess the preparation and also just the caliber of players here on FlyQuest was more than enough to dispatch of any of these small little tricks that they even tried to throw.
And now that we're playing against Rare Atom as well, the Nomads heading towards that lower bracket, and if we're being completely frank, it feels very unlikely to be able to do anything. Rare Atom was so dominant in those closed qualifiers. So the way that Nomads look at the moment, they've got to completely turn it around. I mean, this is how things looked in the game. Only a couple of rounds for the Nomads, so it was very, very simply dispatched and put away by FlyQuest. They, of course, now take on Tyloo, which sets up a pretty interesting upper bracket game there as well, right? I mean, you know, those two sides have actually kind of been sort of, in a way, fighting again for that same thing. Like we said, being inside of that top three, who is actually the most dominant after the Mongols, and that's going to be an insane game to kind of really round out the upper echelons of Group B. So FlyQuest, great to see. Everyone have their moments. I mean, I think we maybe still call for a little bit more on Netic, but at the same time, when you're winning 13-2, there's only so many kills that can go around.
I mean, to be fair, Netic did have duels, right? Yeah. Netic actually had a fair few places where he could have performed and he wasn't able to. I do still think he will have some, you know, sea legs as we come into this tournament. Like I said, there are a lot of interesting factors to consider for a player as young as him, who is put into star positions going into his first tournament as a favorite, but also it's day one.
Well, he's older than Vexite, and Vexite was flying, so...
Listen, man, Vexite might be young in age, but he is old in the server. He has been competing for the best Australian team for so long right now. He has been on the cusp for so long right now. That graduation ceremony might just have happened.
Yeah, definitely a young vet, for sure.
Yeah, without that. On the flip side as well, only had actually really kind of shows anything of in terms of life. Cracking into towards double digits, everybody else looks so, I don't know, timid in the way they played. And again, Cloud and a Hooligan, you know, we've brought these guys names up a couple of times, and it just felt like they were so scared of FlyQuest, which is fair enough, right? For a side who are vastly more sort of inexperienced, but yeah, it was tough. It was really difficult.
Look, they were just dying a lot of the time as well, right? Like, to be fair, it's hard not to be afraid when you go out mid and Vexite peeks two of you and just kills you, right? You have Tech 9s and you're thinking, oh, we're going to go to the B-bomb side and actually break in again, and you all just die without doing basically any damage. You're going out towards the middle then, and you've got like a smoke behind you. Vexite blows open that smoke, gets 2 kills, it happens again.
Okay, so we are just getting a little update coming through as well that just for a heads up, the Tyloo's game is going to be rescheduled to May the 9th, so you'll get pushed back a day there. We can come back to in a little bit later when we run through the bracket and all of the rest. Regardless though, Yumi, give me your thoughts on this guy. I mean, what a series from him, so clean. Some of the shots he's hitting as well, just insane. That no-scope in that map there, when he swings out, it was just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really nice to see that he was just being so active and so mobile, and actually kind of encouraging, I think, the Vexite mobility in a way. You know, it almost felt as though, and I said this earlier on, but it felt like Vexite was almost being treated like the AWPer to a certain extent, where he could actually have free reign to pick bomb sites, or I don't know if that's In's calling what he expects the next place to be hit is, but Regali was almost seen as that a compensatory man to make up for the slack, and he over-delivered in a lot of those spots.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the bracket, and we can start running through some of these next upcoming games. GT Howl, Lin Vision, Huns and Ninja, Tyloo, FlyQuest, and Rare Atom and Nomads as well. So should be really, really sick, right? You know, getting a look into kind of what our expectations are. I mean, obviously, you know, we look at that Rare Atom Nomads game, all expectations that Rare Atom should kind of coast coming through that. But, I mean, honestly, you know, you look towards that Group A again, which, I mean, Titan Sete, I think it's the more even group of the two, right? And even like that GG Hao Linvision game, GG Hao can punch up at times.
I think that's the most interesting series outside of Tyloo FlyQuest. Of course, I actually think GG Hao versus Linvision, more than anything else, I just want a litmus test on how good Linvision are going to be on LAN in terms of their individuals. And if there's any team that is going to test individuals, let's be honest, it's GG Hao.
Yeah, absolutely. These are tomorrow's matchups as well. So we're going to be doing the Huns taking on Ninja, followed by Rare Atom taking on the Nomads. Then Tyloo, their game is originally meant to be tomorrow. They'll actually be playing on the 9th instead.
It's also the GG Hao and Linvision game that have also been moved.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a clash this. They're going to be swapped over as well. So yeah, we're going to be having those, basically the upper bracket games moved a day back, lower bracket games moved in towards tomorrow. So we actually, you know, T-Time, you love saying goodbye to people in the close qualifier. We're going to have to say goodbye to some people tomorrow.
Listen, man, I mean, Ninjas right now, they're playing triple elimination, not just double elimination, so they might be giving it a game.
They're not dead until they're really dead.
Yeah, and then they come back to life. I was wondering, what is this, a Fast and the Furious franchise coming in over here? But no, it's going to be fun. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Huns can actually perform. I thought Huns looked absolutely terrible initially, and if they're knocked out over here, they just deserve it. I would hate it, but they would deserve it.
It might be some hard conversations as well. The Huns get eliminated. The Nuns, playing that Nuns, not a lot of damage in the server. If they do get eliminated in another last place, right, we're talking about MRQ, Mesa into this, that's where some tough conversation got to come through. Something's got to change because it obviously just isn't clicking. You know, we've kind of talked about this side, and that, you know, they've even talked about it, saying that they're in a crisis of confidence and they're really struggling at the moment. They're not playing the way they want to, and Ninja are a side that don't really seem to get. They kind of just vibe around. They're kind of a difficult team to prepare for because they don't even know what they're going to bring to the server. That could be quite spicy. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to that game. The Huns, they're running out of chances to prove to us the level that they were like a month ago.
Yeah, especially when, you know, we compare and contrast them with the Chinggis Warriors, for example, as another team that's sort of like on that cusp, actually have a decent amount of the talent. I'd actually even wager that the Huns maybe even have the more raw talent on the roster than the Chinggis Warriors, but they just have struggled in consistency throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, like we said, we're gonna have to say goodbye to some teams tomorrow. Unfortunately, expectations are that Nomads will be one of them. We'll have to see what they can bring, right? I mean, again, there was so little on show here, but at the same time, right, this is a side that we, A, didn't expect to even make it to the playoffs, and B, even if they do, this is just about getting experience. They're a new team, they don't have a coach, right? You know, there's no real organizational backing. It's a bit of a bedroom org in a way, as we like to kind of put it. Even getting to this stage and playing against these teams is actually a massive thing for them.
I would have liked to see more. I'll be perfectly honest. I did actually think
they can actually do more?
No, I genuinely thought that, like, versus FlyQuest, maybe we'd get like a map upset or something of the sort. I really thought that if they brought in like an Ancient, I did think they could do well on it. But it did feel to me like they tried to get a bit too cute as well at times, like leaning away from their own strengths.
I would be surprised if they get 10 rounds at all.
Yeah, I mean
tomorrow, yeah.
No, but like just period, right? But like they are just in the class, the gulf of class between them. I mean, like I said, what, 160? What did they come into the close qualifier?
Yeah, like 191, I think it was.
191, right? Yeah. And them going against teams
that are top 30. Are you going to hate me for being a romantic?
I mean, they're a newer team that are also a very old team as well. Yeah, like, it's not like these guys are all like young players that we're expecting to see for the next few years. Like, for them is a massive foray into the pro circuit. Exactly. And I understand as well why you're hesitant to expect more from them, but I did expect more just based on the way in which they composed their wins in the close qualifier. I wanted to see any of that, even just a glimmer, and I saw nothing. Yeah. There was nothing cute. There was nothing that exploited a player. There was nothing that made Regali or Vexite look uncomfortable in this series. And for me, it felt like a complete... they paled in comparison versus the version of them that showed up in that close qualifier. They were happy for the experience there. Now that they're in the money, so to speak, it does feel like that level of preparation, those layers, just didn't shine through at all.
And if I'm being very honest, it's not like they didn't have that opportunity. Yes, Vexite and Regali looked absolutely unstoppable, but there were weaknesses on FlyQuest. We talked about them. But hey, if you can't deal with it, you can't deal with it.
They've had a really harsh welcome to the big leagues as well. It's not the end of the world, but tomorrow it might be. We're going to throw it over towards the stage as we say goodbye to you. We've got an interview over there. We'll be back tomorrow. Elimination games. For now, though, take care.
FlyQuest with a victory under your belt. Talk to me, Vexite. How are you feeling amongst the team coming into this event, especially given the recent results that you've had? What was the vibe like?
现在队伍目前的氛围是怎么样？就你们最近打的这些比赛，那么现在大家感觉是怎么样的？
We have pretty high expectations heading into the event. We're aiming to win the tournament, or at least make a very deep run. Considering our recent results, it hasn't been like the greatest level of CS, but I think it's also exceeded expectations slightly. So yeah, we just want to lift the like consistency of CS that we're playing right now, and just like aim for a high level.
我们最近的比赛结果怎么说呢？就是不是很好，但其实也是超越了一些我们的期望。然后呢，我们这届 ACL 的比赛，我们的期望也是比较高的，我们是想直接赢下来，或者最起码要走得比较远。
Well, statistically speaking, when we were taking a look at your strongest maps, Inferno wasn't necessarily one of the best ones for you. Why did you guys opt to pick into Inferno this time? And was it potentially to put, practice into play, given this opportunity?
就是 Inferno 这张图，感觉你们其实平时打的也不是特别好。那么你们今天选出 Inferno 这张图，是不是要练兵呢？
Well, without revealing too much, yeah, I don't know. We're pretty confident on the map. We just thought it matched up well against these guys. We watched some of their demos and we know the way we play. And simple as that, we just thought we were going to play them out.
我们对 Inferno 这张图其实还是比较自信的，然后我们就研究了一下对手，看了一下他们的录像，然后大概了解了一下他们的套路。
Your T side in particular on Inferno, I know you say you don't want to reveal too much, but I'm going to push you a little bit further. Talk to me about why you think it was that you guys were able to find so much dominance.
你们 Inferno 当匪的这个进攻方为什么打得这么好呢？
I think just as a unit, like us as a team, have a really good understanding of the map compared to others, and I think, yeah, it's just easy for us to understand what we're doing all the time and just be in full control of the situation.
我觉得就是我们作为一个战队来说，我们的对这张图的理解就是比我们的对手要强，所以呢，我们就打的就在各方方面面都统治了对面。
And also leaving Ancient as a potential third map. A little bit risky, but were you boys confident that it wouldn't even get to that situation where you'd have to play on Ancient?
就是图3啊，最后留的是遗迹这张图，就感觉风险还是比较大的。那你们刚才是不是很自信，就根本就不会打到图3，就两张图直接结束？
Yeah, we're happy to play Ancient. We don't ban the map, so it doesn't matter. We've done a lot of practice heading into the tournament. We had a boot camp like about a month ago, and then we've had tournaments string together. So yeah, we're pretty well prepared, ready for the tournament, and map pool's looking pretty strong.
我们对 Ancient 这张图准备其实还是比较足的。我们最近打的也很多，包括我们在平时在训练的话，所以我们就算打图3的话，我们这边准备也是很足的很自信。
My final question for you: How are you feeling about facing Tai Lu next?
好，最后一个问题，你觉得马上就要面对天路啊，感觉怎么样？
It's definitely going to be a good game. They have strong players and they're a strong team, but they beat us last time, so yeah, we've got a bit more motivation to take the dub this time. We have a new team as well, so yeah, we really want to solidify ourselves as like one of the top teams in the Asian OCA region.
会是一场非常精彩的比赛。那么天路我们也非常的期待，想跟他们对决，因为他们上次是击败我们了，但是我们现在呢有一个全新的阵容，所以我们非常想能击败天路，然后呢在亚洲整个亚太区，然后让我们更加巩固我们是一个强队的位置。
Well, best of luck to you and the boys. I'm hoping to see more of that dominance coming on through against Tai Lu. So, GG's again.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for us today. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow. 非常感谢大家观看我们今天的比赛，我们明天再见。